tussle tonight, baby. Baby. Woo. Keke Palmer, baby daddy, wanna mess it up. Keke Palmer, baby daddy, wanna mess it up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Keke Palmer, baby daddy, wanna mess it up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm a baby daddy, wanna mess it up. Cause you don't wanna dress up. Cause you don't wanna dress up. Cause you don't wanna dress up. Baby daddy wanna mess it up. Keke Palmer, baby daddy wanna mess it up. Keke Palmer, baby daddy wanna mess it up. Cause you don't wanna dress it up. Cause you don't wanna dress it up. That being so on beat as well. Listen, guys, we are talking to you today about what? Keke Palmer. It's a madness out of here. Listen, I am ready to tussle today. I am ready to tussle today. Okay, if you're ready to tussle, then today you've come at the right time. We are here to tussle. I want to say straight first and foremost, I'm gonna start from a position as this. For me, Keke is wrong. Keke, do you love me? Listen, first I'm going to start with this. Keke is wrong, but so is the baby daddy. Okay, so is the baby daddy, and we're gonna tussle a little bit. We're gonna go back and forth because I think there's two sides here. There's two sides to the story, right? I think Keke's wrong. I think the baby daddy is wrong. But I'm also gonna say, there's been a lot of Twitter chit chat already. I'm telling you, there's been a lot of Twitter chit chat already. It's a madness out here in the dunya. And I'm telling you, they are ready to bring the smoke. You know, so it's crazy. So we're gonna have a real conversation about this as well. Okay. Listen, if you like, share, subscribe, click on that bell button if you haven't done so already. If you're new to the channel, I want you to like it. I want you to share it. I want you to subscribe to the channel already, okay? Because there's a lot that's going on this channel. We like to inform you as well. And for those of you who are returnees and wearing a hoodie that says it all, baby, you got the minerals, baby, okay? Which means you got the courage, the bravery, and the strength to be here, okay? You like an intellectual conversation? This is the place for you. We're going to keep it intellectual and keep it real and objective as much as possible as well, okay? Okay, so where do I start? Okay, let me start from this position. Okay, first and foremost, I don't even know if they're actually together. I'm gonna say it again. I don't know if they're even together. Yeah, I'm just gonna start because that's an issue. Okay. And we're gonna talk about the El Cid. We're gonna talk about that, right? Because there's a lot of Twitter chit chat that was going on about how, you know, he's broke. He should keep quiet if he doesn't make enough money. You know, and there was conversation about the fact that, you know what, he's controlling, he's abusive, that he's a good for nothing. What else? This is what we mean about black men. Like it turned into, there was all the whole, it turned into, this is what we mean by black men, or this is what we mean by men as well. It was a whole lot of spiel that was going to be on the back of this particular conversation. And you know, talking about how, you know, if you don't make enough money, how can you talk and stuff like that as well. And there were some real critiques that were actually genuinely as well on the mark as well, I think. But there was a lot of conversation around Kiki situation with the young man, and yeah, it was a lot of madness that was going on. I can't lie to you, right? So we're gonna break it all the way down. Now, first and foremost, apparently, I think Keke Palmer and Darius have also unfollowed each other. So that's the first thing. If I see this correctly, I've seen some tweets that apparently they're not following each other anymore on the socials. So I wonder if they're even together, you know, and they might have not. I think they might have been broken up slightly before this. I don't know. It feels like maybe they weren't together all the way through. So there was a little tweet. I'll show you guys as well so you can see it as well. Someone did a little check Twitter check, text on Keke Palmer following, and she is no longer following her man Darius. Okay, Darius Dalton no longer following Devolton. He's no longer following Keke Palmer. So looks like that relationship is on rocky palms as well. So once you start following each other, that's usually the start of the madness. Okay, all right. So all right. So that is the first and foremost thing. I don't know if they're still together anymore. But let's start some of the tussle. Let's start some of this tussle. Okay, let's start some of this tussle. First and foremost, here's where I really do agree with Keke again, and I'm going to reiterate a little bit of my points I made yesterday, but I'm going to touch on some other things today. Okay, he's a fool, right? And I mean that in the sense of how he addressed the situation, right? He's a problem, right? And the reason why he's got think pieces right now is because one, he brought it on the internet, but two, he made the wrong argument. This now whole argument, the reason why women are so frustrated, and specifically black women, because Kiki's a black woman, but specifically the reason why the women are so angry now at this particular situation is because he brought the wrong argument. He's arguing about something that is a problem, right? So when you and I want to just bring the tweet again, because I think the tweet in itself is a problem because it specifies on something that is not happening, or at least let me not say not happening. It doesn't need to be specified on. Your tweet is, we live in a generation where a man of a family doesn't want a wife or mother to his kids to showcase certain things to please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is. Now, that tweet in itself is problematic. Why are we starting with we live in a generation? STFU, no, they're not going to do that, right? What you're not going to do is now make it a universal fight. It's not a universal fight. It's a you fight. And when you do that, what you're really doing is you're calling for reinforcements to come and believe what you're saying. And I don't like that. right? See, and now I have to tackle you because that's the argument you made. And this is what happened in relationships, and relationships sink. You've actually put the wrong argument foot forward, right? You've made it into a holy war. It's not a holy war. We're not involved. This ain't a situation for the generations. This isn't a fight for this isn't a fight for the generations. A fight for the generations. This isn't a fight for the man them. This is not even a man versus woman situation. Because I want to be honest with you, he's a hypocrite. So I don't want to hear it. I honestly do not want to hear it. I do not want to hear it. You're being hypocritical in that particular point. That's the part where I'm going to say to him. You know what I mean? But you can't turn it into a universal war about how we live in a generation. We don't live in any generation, sir. I need you to back the frick up. Okay, all right. We don't live in any generation. This is a you situation. Okay, so like I said, I'm gonna start with him. Okay, all right. We live in a generation where a man of a family doesn't want the wife and mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks to please others, and he gets told how much of a hater he is. Now, I showed you this yesterday. He actually posted up, number one, a naked picture of himself, half naked, sitting on his bed, so he can't talk. Right? Number one, you post up a picture of you being half naked, so you can't talk. You post up a video of Kiki Palmer shaking her ass in front of you, so you can't talk. All right, about that. That's where I'm saying there's a problem. Okay, this is what you should. You posted this. Okay, you posted that. So if you posted that, we got a problem. Okay. So my issue is you making it into a universal war, and it's not a universal war. Okay, right? You can't make it a universal war. You can't suddenly feel like I want to now have an argument about women not being able to cover up or women not dressing appropriately when you've done posted her shaking her ass. And let me tell you something, it looked good. Her shaking her ass in a cat suit, and then complain because she was wearing a see-through dress that had a bit of her nash showing. Like, no. You can't come on the internet and try to collect us as men to come and fight your fight when you do that. Right? Now the argument, and I appreciate this. Okay. All right. I appreciate this because I think this is where we need to go to. All right. This is why I said that he's wrong, because now the argument is about why does he want to control what the baby mother wears? Now your whole argument is lost, because now the whole argument and premise that you've put across, now the women are fighting you, asking this question: why is it you get to control what a woman wears? That wasn't the argument you were trying to have, was it really? That's not the argument you were trying to have, was it? Right? That's not the argument you were trying to have. But now we're having an argument because you put the wrong argument across. Because you didn't want to be honest. Right? And that's the first and foremost problem. Now the argument has become about controlling what your partner wears. Number two thing is, it's because you put it on the internet and now we have to judge it. And you should have never put it on the internet. We should not know this. Look, let me tell you something. The red pill people are going to take it. The women are going to take it. It's about to be another gender war fight for the next week or two. And I'm going to definitely be included because I need to make some money. Okay. All right. I'm just going to be honest with you. But no, on a real stuff, and I mean, I'm not joking about the money stuff. I'm not going to lie to you because this makes money. But no, on a real issue, on a real thing, you were calling for we this generation, and now what happens is it gathers Armageddon and Thanos and the rest of the crew to come and fight this fight and talk about how would you allow your woman to wear this to Usher? Like, personally, if my woman wear it to Usher, I don't really care. Now, where I would have had an issue is her dance with Usher the way she was dancing with Usher. I wouldn't have found that appropriate. I'd have told her, babe, I don't find that appropriate. Okay? All right? Just saying. But we're going to come on to there later. That's not for now. Okay? So that aspect of situation, your argument now has gone somewhere else. And now the women also too have gathered they've gone and gathered their army, and they've turned it into, this is what we mean by these men. This is what we mean by these broke men. This is what we mean by these men that don't make enough money. This is what we mean by these men that are sassy. This is what we mean by these men that are insecure. This is what we mean by these black men. They've turned it into their war too. You know what I mean? Or because of one tweet or two tweets that you're not thinking with your brain. You're not thinking with your brain. It's now a holy war. Okay? Now it's turning into a holy war. And there's no need for the holy war. Huh? There's no need for a holy war. Come on. There's no need for a holy war, but it's going to become one because both sides are going to use it as a proxy to prove their points. Mr. 007. So let me be fair. I called everybody else. I called everybody out. This you can't tweet. You actually can't say that. If you're saying about dressing like a harlot, then you have to hold him accountable. Right? If you're going to say that she was dressing like a harlot, you have to hold him accountable. You can't hold Keke Palmer accountable when he was posting up pictures of her shaking her ass on a damn screen, sir. Right? So I'm holding you accountable because I hold the women accountable on the channel as well. You cannot hold Keke Palmer accountable and not hold him accountable. Because what you stated here, why would an accomplished actress that grew up in a two-parent Catholic household feel the need to dress like a harlot? Well, she was dressing like that before. Should I show you just to make sure that we're in the same alignment? All right. This is what he posted. I need, because 007, you weren't here last time. So last time you didn't want to come on the screen. So I got to call you out a little bit. This is what he posted. He posted this on his particular look, you want to prove the proof? D. Volton, that's his name there. He posted that. So what are we saying now? Make your point. Don't worry, make your point. But I'm saying that you don't have a leg to stand on. Make your point, but you've got to be fair about it. You have to be consistent about it. So ask the question, why would the man post up his girl if he believes it's morally wrong for her to have clothing that is going to be seen as sexy or sexual? Why would he then post that up himself? That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for being fair and just and being objective. I'm still saying Kiki wrong, but she's wrong for something else. I'm saying let's keep it objective. No. You keep missing it, my good man. You keep missing it, my good man. 007, we're going to tussle today. You keep missing it. Why does your focus keep going on to Keke Palmer? I asked you a question. Why is it that Devolton himself is posting up a video of his girl wearing a cat suit, and even the caption saying, I think the caption says, "My son done transformed at Kiki." Why is he putting that on the net for us? I want to ask that question, 007. My son done transferred Kiki. I want to know why he decided to do that. Because you're going to hold Kiki accountable for wearing a dress that she shouldn't wear. Why would he post it up? But he's not a simp for doing that. That's the point. The issue is he's not a simp. The reality is hold him accountable. Calling him a simp is it's not accountable here. What we're trying to say is this: if you're going to hold it accountable to moral standards, you can't then you can't make it one rule for another and another rule for you. If you're saying you have moral standards and you felt like your baby mother was wearing something that was inappropriate, but you done posted her wearing something inappropriate, how can you then say he's a simp? That's it. You want to hold it that he's a simp. What does that mean? Call it what it actually is. What he was doing is he was being insecure about the situation. He's been hypocritical about the situation because he done posted those things up already. So I'm saying that if you're going to hold Keke Palmer, I have no problem. Hold Keke Palmer accountable. But then you got to hold your boy accountable. Okay? Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying be consistent. That's what I'm asking for. Because we're wrestling about something and you're not being consistent. Dressing and acting like a harlot is not equitable to me. Posting someone dressing and acting like a harlot. but that's not my point I was making. The point I was making was that you said about in the beginning about her dressing in a particular way. Right? Let's go back. Your tweets are there, bro. So your messages are there, right? You talked about how she dressed. American black women's forever fighting her right to see as an overnight sexualized Jezebel, right? Why would she need to feel to dress like that? Did I miss your point? Because you mentioned here about dressing again. Did I miss your point? This is exactly what I'm talking about. It becomes disingenuous because the argument now loses, you now lose the essence of your argument. I'm saying to you that now you're losing the essence of your argument because you're not being consistent and because you're not actually telling the absolute truth. That's why you need to take your feelings out of the situation. I'm not, by the way, you already know I'm against Kiki and what she did, but how she dressed, I'm not going to be against that. Because you've said that you're cool with it. You posted up on your profile. You said you're cool with it. So I'm asking you to be consistent, 007. You know what I mean? I'm asking you to be consistent. I'm asking you that if you're going to say what you said, listen, we can, as I pulled up the messages you put there, you've got to go back on your, you got to go on your word. Now you're changing it to being about, well, I'm actually talking about the way she behaves. Right? You've changed it now to, you've moved the goalpost about not everyone behaves like a harlot. Just like a harlot and behaving like a harlot is two different things. But that wasn't your argument. When you came to me, that wasn't your argument. And I'm using you as an example because I feel like this matches exactly what we're talking about. When I talk about having arguments when in relationships, if you're somebody who moves a goalpost, you're always going to cause issues in your relationship because that wasn't your original argument. Your original argument was the fact that she dressed in a particular way that was provocative. As soon as I showed you the picture of him taking a picture of her, sorry, a video of her dressing in that sexy cat suit, and he posted it, you've moved your goalpost. You're a problem. I'm only calling you out on your argument. That's all. Right? I do it to the women too. I do it to the women too. So I want to make it very fair. So if any man is joining this live, I hold both the women and the men accountable. And if you come up with a dumb argument, I will tear it down. Because it's a dumb argument. Because now it's become, you've moved the goalpost. And now you're saying it's about how she behaves. Well, that wasn't your original statement. You don't get to move the goalpost. Right? You don't get to move the goalpost. When I originally stated it, you first started off by saying about the dress. So 007, I'm going to need you to calm down. I'm going to need you to rethink it and actually rethink, am I actually addressing the issue because I'm feeling some way? Or am I actually being objective about the argument I'm making? Isn't an objective argument you're actually making? That's the question I'm asking. Okay? All right? Cool. So, yes, having said that, so, and I think for me, here's my other problem that I have with Devolton as well, right? The tweet is still up. This is my biggest issue. The tweet is, even after the backlash and not it addressing the proper thing, the tweet is still up. I find that frustrating. When you don't sit back and realize, actually, maybe my argument is causing some issues here. I've gone on the internet, I've said something dumb here, and it's actually, my message has been convoluted. Maybe I should take it down. You don't take it down. It means you're unremorseful. Okay? It means you're unremorseful. Okay? And at that point, I call you a problem. Because this is how you behave in relationships. Right? I'm not asking him, I'm not expecting him, I'm not even saying come out and say sorry. What I'm saying to you is the tweet has caused the wrong issue to be addressed. But you don't want to be honest about how you really feel. It's not about the dress. Right? It's not about the dress. Or it's about the dress, but it's not about the dress. Okay? The real issue is you were scared that another man was close to your girl, dancing on your girl, and that's okay. You can have those real feelings. You can have those real feelings. That's all right. You are allowed to have those real feelings. I'm not mad at it. As a man, I get it. But you still got the tweet up. That tells me you're unremorseful, and that's probably how you behave in a relationship. Right? That's probably how you also act in a relationship. And that's my problem with it. You are talking about this situation, okay? All right? You're talking about the situation from a standpoint, and it's missed the point and yet you still want to keep it up. Not rather than just, you know what, let me take it down and let me readdress it. Maybe I need to readdress it. Okay, maybe I need to readdress it. Maybe I need to take it down and think about it, and then retweet another way because it's going to come off wrong. He's left it up there. Of course, we're going to interact with it. Right? There's an issue. Okay? It's an issue. Now, here's my thing. Your statement's incorrect. You are not married. I find that frustrating. Right? Because that's giving a little bit of for me, you are not married. You know what I mean? That for me also is a problem. That for me is also a problem. You are not married. Okay? You're not married. And you say we live in a generation where a man of a family doesn't want the wife and the mother to his kids to showcase booty cheeks. Where is she married? Y'all had, and this is both of them at the same time as well, but y'all had kids before you got married. Why are you addressing her about marriage? Why are you putting it as if that she's your wife and you have further claim to her than you actually do? Because you realize that if you said it was a wife, people have to see it differently because it's like, well, no, he's a wife and a husband. We have a different parameters for wife and husband. But here's the reality. You're not married. You're not even a fiance. Right? You're not married. You're not a fiance. You ain't put a ring on it. That is not your exclusive partner in legal rights in terms of marriage. Okay? So for that reason, that now looks manipulative because what it's and you damn right know that's not your wife. So there was no need to put wife and kids, but it makes your argument stronger, and it's to make your argument stronger as if you have further claimants to the situation, but you don't. But you don't have any further claimants to it because you're not married. Okay, you're not married, so you can't put that there. Another reason why the tweet needs to go down. Okay, another reason why the tweet needs to go down. Okay. All right. So that's my position there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So let me put his next part because I want to go to the next part as well. Also as well, using so when he puts the whole claimants of this is my family and my representation, I have standards and morals to what I believe. I rest my case. Now, here's my issue. That goes back to my original point. How can you make an argument about you have morals and standards, but you posted up your woman the way she was with a skin tight catsuit on, jiggling her ass on? That's my point. You can't. You have no leg to stand on your. This whole argument is based on a premise of you saying you have morals and standards. So one, you've called her wife, and two, you've made an argument about premise of morals, but you didn't actually adhere to your own morals. As a man, if you're saying about someone to follow your morals, you can't then break the morals that you said you had. That don't make no sense. So the argument becomes null and void. It's null and void. And now we've got a bigger issue because now you've got women out now here coming at you talking about how that you can't tell a mum what to wear. Well, you can't, not in the public anyway. You got to, you want to have that conversation, have it behind the scenes, right? Okay, you want to have that conversation, you should have that behind the scenes, right? Now, here's my thing. I personally think Kiki, I'll be saying stuff and be saying people, I don't feel like he's ever going to learn. Personally, this kind of person, when someone tweets stuff like this, I'm going to be very honest with you, they never really learn. I'm going to be real with you. When you tweet stuff like this, they don't really ever learn. I'm going to tell you that, it's my personal opinion. I don't think Kiki needs to stay in this relationship. I personally don't. And I'll tell you why. because people like this usually lack self-awareness, and it's very hard to come into self-awareness. It's very difficult, right? It's very, very difficult. Now, I'm not going to say he's controlling or abusive or anything like that, but what I'm going to say is people that tweet things like this and don't have an awareness that maybe what I'm saying is kind of mad, they are usually going to be consistent, and they've probably done this before in other ways or shape or forms. Because for you to have chest to pull it on the net tells me you ain't scared. So you happily do this. This ain't the first time you said some dumb stuff like this, bro. Right? So for me personally, this ain't it. No, I'm not saying he can't fix it. The reality of the situation is, in reality of the situation, it takes someone. They're not married. This is my thing. They're not married, right? They're not married. They should have never had a kid before they got married. That's a mistake on both their parts. First and foremost, that's a mistake on both their parts. Okay? Okay? That's a mistake on both their parts. I want to be very true. They should have never had kids before they got married. That's a Kiki mistake. She's going to have to hold that L, right? She's going to have to hold that L. That's a Kiki mistake. She's going to have to hold that L. But he ain't changing. Unless he takes his ass to therapy and counseling, he ain't changing. And by the way he's tweeted, he ain't changing. And I keep saying this. Sometimes you're in the way. Sometimes you're in the way. Get the frick out the way. He ain't changing. Why else you going to be staying there? Because if he can't deep the fact that he's moving mad and he's making this argument that's double-sided, he ain't gonna change. Like, I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, they're not married, so you're not forced to work this out. They're not married, and he's already talking about, you're my wife, and they're not married. She has no impetus to stay. Now, of course, they got a kid, and I hear that. Sometimes you got to be better parents separate. Okay? Sometimes you got to be better parents separate. I just don't think he's gonna change. It would have been better if he cheated and was like, "I'm so sorry, guys. I made a mistake." Then I'd be like, you know what? At least he's remorseful, and we can see how he's going to change, and potentially he going, see things differently. Our brother ain't even trying to do that. Hmm? That's very true, Sean. I remember watching a video. It's very true. He did try to warn her. I remember I watched a video just recently about that situation that Steve Harvey did try to tell her about her dating choices. He did. I remember. But hard heads make hard head makes for soft behind. They say. The billionaires, but I don't want to say it all because I think it's gonna thing. But you made a good point, Sean. You made a good point. Let me see if I can get this clip up. It was on TikTok actually as well, so I'll see if I can play the clip as well.
Need some simple stuff. I don't like to mix my industry business with my personal life. I'm just laying low in private, love.
Uncle Steve ain't trying to get you with no billionaire. He trying to get you with somebody that has a plan to have something. That's what I keep trying to get you to do. You can't quit bringing these.
Uncle Steve love billionaires. I'm gonna just tell y'all, he do. Anytime I see Uncle Steve out, he's like, "Now I got this guy. He's got a net worth of 300 zillion, and y'all can really create generations of generations
You need
of
something
zillionaires
with somebody with something. Quit trying to give a boy your lifestyle and he ain't earned it.
Oh my God. But you know what? Everybody don't start off as billionaires. I'm not a billionaire yet.
Everybody don't start off a billionaire, but you got to have a boy that's got a plan to at least be one. I'm not saying you got to be a billionaire, because hell, I ain't a billionaire.
And I've dated some real horrible billionaires, honey. They're not good all the time. Sometimes they're crazy, Steve, and that's why I stopped taking your advice.
Kiki be killing me, man. Listen, I'll play the video in a second or two. I'll let it play a second or two. So I think we have to talk about Kiki, the fact that, you know what, she likes to give chances to, and here's the thing. We need to go back to what was her upbringing. But that's for another day. That's day 2. That's for day 3. I'll try and find some research about her upbringing, because I think there's a difference between giving someone a chance who is on their way to making something to somebody else who isn't making something, and you are supplying their lifestyle. That's completely different. You know what I mean? And that's not about necessarily money. It's about character. Okay? It's about character once more again. So it's all about the fact that, hey, when it comes to a relationship with a man, I already said it's not about it's not about necessarily him having the same amount of money, okay, as you. Okay, it's not about having the same amount of money as you. It's about the fact that he, like Steve was saying, the guy, does he have a plan? Where's he trying to go to? What's his character like? You know what I mean? What does he actually value? You feel what I'm saying to you? I like, that's why I was like, I didn't do a video on it at the time, but I was a little bit hurt, and I say hurt in a loose sense. When I saw that Keke Palmer was pregnant, I was like, oh, baby, make this man marry you before you're gonna get pregnant. Now, of course, marriage doesn't solve everything. It does not solve everything, and I'm very much aware of that. People that get pregnant, get married, get divorced, yeah, we know. But what I'm saying is the mindset to say, this is not going to be, you're not going to access this. You're not going to access this because in reality, you don't get to have a child with me, right? And you haven't even committed to me in that particular way. And of course, we're in a new generation, so people do a lot of mad things, including myself. We've all done mad things. I get it. You know, so I also understand that, right? And that's the thing. Yes, you're actually right. That is very true. That's very true. As well. So yes, she would have. She's very understanding, Kiki, and I love that she's very understanding. She's very understanding, and I love the fact that she's very understanding, and she's a sensitive soul. And I think everyone got love for Kiki. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, Kiki's energy, personhood. She just, you know, we do love Kiki. Like, don't get it twisted. We do love Kiki. She's a beautiful, down to earth kind of girl, but her vantage point and her perception of what is good. Remember, I keep saying about this, how about healing yourself. I'm not saying that she has to be a billionaire or a millionaire. What I'm saying is character is so important. This person's character is in question. Yeah. But we all got love for Kiki. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You didn't pick the one I told you to.
I'm Steve, the billionaires.
Because you
are
don't.
Terrible.
Because you don't listen to who I tell you.
Them billionaires be having 4 and 5 and 6 other wives.
Well, you the one over there and got them. I ain't never bought you nobody like that. You gonna sit your crazy ass up here and say that?
See, he knows I'm right. He knows I'm
right. You
just
a lie. You're not finna sit up here.
Them billionaires. Don't believe what you hear.
Palmer, you're not finna sit up here and act like I done turned you on to some bad dude. You do not listen to me.
I do.
No, you
told
don't.
Me about these billionaires. I said,
no, I told you, but I didn't tell you to go get him. The hell you go get him
But he was
for?
a billionaire. He had a plan. He was just lying about it all.
But I didn't tell you to get him.
We've all been there, innit? You know what I mean? He was like, Steve was like, nah, you're not gonna actually get my name in disrepute. You are not gonna tell them that I did it wrong. Like, yo, I'm gonna tell you something different. Listen, you know, it'd be like that, you know what I mean? So, but no, so I think the reality of the situation here is also, you know, that being able to see character is a very important thing. And oftentimes, like I said, oftentimes the most important thing is that if you have good relationships with mother and father, this is also really important into how you view the opposite sex and how you operate with opposite sex and how you have self-worth and self-value. You'll get what I'm saying to you, right? So having seen how someone treats somebody, how your father treats your mother, how he goes about it, how he speaks to her, it's all important about how you want to be treated yourself. but also as well how your mother also interacts with you, and how your mother interacts with you, and that's really important. That's also really important in terms of how you also value yourself. Um, so I don't know. There's a lot that's going on there, but I would say that the issue really more about is the character of this person, like him making whatever he makes. I think apparently his net worth is 500,000, her 7.5. That's not really the major issue. He's still got a bit of money. The major issue is the value system and whether he has a character to actually be the man that he should be for that relationship. That's the question, right? Okay, so then I saw another thing. I want to see this. I want to my insecurity, and I'm gonna come on to Kiki last because, like I said, I'm gonna come to it, but I'm gonna come to her last. Insecurity. So let me just bring this up as well, because there was a tweet some weeks back that he put that I wanted to talk about, because he actually just talked. It was years ago. It was not now. It was years ago that he put. And he was definitely talking about that he's insecure as an individual. Let me see. Let's see. I want to see this. I don't know if I have it. Okay, let me see if I got this tweet. Okay, yeah, I got it. No way. No way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. All right, cool. So here's a tweet that he tweeted this in 2020. So 2020, on the 18th of December, 2020. This is what he tweeted. Now, remember, I told you guys about this, and I said that the reason that he had an issue with the dress is got nothing to do with the dress, right? Had everything to do with his own insecurity. Now, like I said, I got no problems with the fact that he might have had an issue with the way she maneuvered, but he didn't do that. This tweet just proves exactly what I'm talking about. When I get insecure about myself, I start to divert my issues instead of acknowledging it. This is the exact same thing I spoke about yesterday, that it had nothing to do with her dress, because we just shown you that earlier on when we said he posted up a picture of her in a catsuit. In fact, at one point he even posted a picture of her holding her breast and being almost pretty much naked with just her panties on. She didn't even have t-shirt and her panties on. She didn't even have that. She had literally her hand cupped around her breast and was in her panties. He had that picture as well. He posted that picture. So it had nothing. Okay? It had nothing to do with that. At this point in time, when I get insecure about myself, I start to divert my issues instead of acknowledging it. Right? We got issues. So you've got issues with the insecurity, and instead of actually addressing the actual thing that's actually happening to you, 2 years later, still doing the same thing. There hasn't been much growth. And then you leave the tweet up rather than deleting and going, actually, guys, I made a mistake. Let me come back around again. So if you know you're the person who diverts from the real situation, what is the real situation here? You were pressed because there was a man who earns more than you, is more popular than you, is considered to be very fine, very handsome, and he's dancing with your girl, and your girl is doing a little twizzy twirl for him too. I could understand why you might feel insecure, bro. I'd feel some tension too. Okay, I'd feel some tension too. Okay, I'd feel some tension too. Okay, it's Usher dancing with my girl. I might feel some tension too. But here's what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna embarrass you. I'm not gonna come on the internet and shame you. I'm not gonna do that. That's what we do when we're 15, 16, 17, 18. I did those things when I was 18, yo. Maybe even 19. I did that when I was 17. You know, I vented every single situation I had onto Facebook. I remember one time that I was so vexed. I tweeted, in keyboard numbers. You remember old school keypad on a like a BlackBerry where it has 1 2 3 A, 4 5 6 B, ABC and 1 2 3 C D E F. I remember I tweeted a whole message. Okay, I tweeted a whole message. I was so vexed and angry. I tweeted a whole message in the keyboard numbers. Like, when you're young, you display all your frustrations and emotions on social media. But when you mature, that should not be the place that you vent. That should not be the place that you vent. Okay? All right? So in that instance, yes, no, problematic because of the way that you've gone about the situation. You've gone about it the wrong way. Right? And your insecurity is playing it up now. That's the truth. It's okay to admit you could be insecure about certain things. Yeah? It's okay. It's okay to say, hey, look, I felt some type of way. Right? But for you to be a grown-ass man in your 30s, tweeting the issue shows me you're lacking the emotional maturity, and you're also lacking the aspect of understanding covering my partner. You want to talk about wife? Where was the covering of your wife here? You want to talk about my wife and my kids should not be on my wife and my mother should not be dressing this way. How about if I'm a husband, I would cover my wife and not openly allow her to be disrespected and blast her on the internet for everybody to see? Where's the covering in that? That's what I'm talking about. Think like a husband then. Since you're telling me that she's your wife, think like a husband. Is this husband behavior? This is why I said you got to leave him alone. This is why I say you got to leave him alone. He want to talk about titles, but don't want to behave like one. And I'm not saying you can't make mistakes. We do make mistakes. But this kind of mistake usually is kind of led by other things that are happening behind the scenes. There are deeper roots behind it. That's what I'm saying, right? If you're saying that she's your wife when we know that she's not your wife, I want to see you behave like one. You should have never quote tweeted the video. You should have spoke to her behind the scenes. That way she doesn't feel embarrassed. She can discuss it behind the scenes, and maybe you have an argument about it. It's what it is, but you don't do it in public. Right? You got to grow up, man. You got to grow up. You got to grow up. You've got to grow up. This is not how healthy relationships are formed. You got to grow up. I'm not saying Kiki's right for what she did in terms of dancing with a guy, but you got to grow up. You got to grow up. You got to mature. You can't stay in that place forever, bro. Can't stay in that place. Honestly, you can't stay in that place. And this now is becoming problematic. Okay? And like I said, we're 2 days in. Okay? We're 2 days in, and you're not even taking that tweet down. That's problematic for me too. You're not going to take that tweet down? You're not going to take that tweet down and be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah? Okay. It's a madness. It's a madness in here, man. It be getting like this. Okay. I think he has a job. I'm not sure. I don't know. Apparently, I saw it. Someone said about his net worth is 500K, so he must have something. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, but you know. And listen, look, insecurity is real. It does happen. People do get insecure. People get jealous. And you know what? Maybe insecure might be the wrong word. Jealousy. But I mean, he used the word insecurity anyway. But jealousy is also a real thing, right? jealousy. When you don't know how to control your emotions, things like jealousy will start to spill over and become problematic. Yeah. Absolutely. And Sean, and that's a real conversation, bro. That's a real conversation we're going to start having in a second or two as well, because the Twitter streets did not let that Negro rest. The Twitter streets were violent. Okay. They were violent. Let's go. I'm going to go through some of the tweets that were showcasing some of the conversation. And I'm going to open up the links for you guys as well so you can get on board and have your say. I've reached almost my hour mark, so we're going to have some real conversations instead now. But some of the tweets, they were violent, baby. They were violent, baby. Cause such a beautiful girl walking down the street. Some of the tweets here, I like some of them so that you could actually view it as well. Cause it was violent. You know what I mean? Yeah. Here's some of them. Look at this tweet. Look at this tweet here. Hold on. Oh, why not let me zoom? One of them was Mike Daddy. I don't know who he is, but I think he wears a wig, so I'm guessing maybe I don't know. This is unemployed light skinned doo chaser who made Kiki a baby mother who doesn't have any degrees, property, masculinity, not even a rush card, has a golder, doesn't eat the bossacity to shame what she wears to a concert. Janet says, seeing these comments about Tracy Ellis, Janelle Monáe, Kiki Palmer reminds me that if you're a woman, femme, NB person, you're always too old and too young to do something because the perfect age is when you're a man. Okay, some of the tweets. Let's check the board. Some men are mad at Janelle Monáe, Meg Stallion, Tracy, and now Kiki Palmer. If you don't get out of women's business and stop being the weakest link, oh my gosh, y'all are so misogynistic and fragile. Oh my God. What I got from this Kiki Palmer and her boyfriend gist is that once you have money, eating is right as long as you are breadwinners. Richard, that you know, go hear word. You know, go hear word. Now you come out and complain. Them they call you Kiki Palmer's husband instead of your real name. And then someone said, I'll come to that point in a minute. 1987, Oprah introduced us to Stedman and he's quietly sat his happy ass side for the past 30 some years. Darius, take notes. Kiki Palmer's man stepped out there and made a mistake of putting an in-house dialogue out there on social media, and Twitter CSI done pulled out every receipt, but that man's immunizations records. Tough scene. A lot of takes I've seen from women on Kiki Palmer issue is so dishonest and disappointing. She's a breadwinner. He's a kept hoe. He shouldn't have an opinion. She owes him nothing. I hope you all realize you're unconsciously endorsing abuse. You are saying Beyonce will show us ass on ass, give us skin and beauty, and Jay-Z will be on some podcast talking about how amazing his wife is, and in the stadium cheering her on. Now this jobless, low-budget patriarch wants to come and stress the Kiki Palmer. This tweet, I'm going to address that in a second or two. Issa Rae's husband, Louis Diam, who's an independent banking professional and a businessman, didn't blow a fuse when she danced with Usher, but Kiki Palmer's light-skinned stay-at-home baby daddy is reciting Drake lyrics on the internet. I'm not trying to be a person, but okay. No. The men of my family usually provide, and I'm pretty sure Kiki is a breadwinner here, so you should probably stay silent. Also, there's nothing wrong confiding in her privately about the fit, but the way you went about was wrong. Went wrong was dragging her publicly to try and humiliate her. Log off. That's fair. The man in the house sounds like Kiki to me. God damn. They are dragging his ass to filth. Let's discuss you liking tweets like this, though. You're one of them. She's like 50. This is what I mean when I say society doesn't know how to spot a female loser. That was Tracy Ellis' situation. These are your morals and standards, are they? Funny, not funny. I don't sport DV, but I'm not surprised that $1 million athletes get into trouble because bees are stupid. Aish. I mean, that was 8 years ago, but still, aish. Sorry. It's a lot going on. I think that's it. I don't think I have any more. Okay. So those are some of the tweets that I saved. That was a madness out here in the dunya. Kai. Okay, so here's my thing. Some of the stuff that is being said is like he can't have an opinion if he doesn't make money. I think this is a wrong road to go down. Okay? It's a wrong road to go down. Any woman that says because he doesn't make enough money, he can't have an opinion, be very careful where you go to. Be very careful where you're going to. Any man or woman who says that, basically that you should stay silent if you don't make enough money or you're not the head of finances, be very careful. Okay? Be very careful. And the reason why I say that is because then the same can be said. If you don't make the money in the relationship and he makes the money, then basically you should be quiet. Right? Now, we would say that's misogynistic. If a man was to say, well, I make money, so keep quiet and listen and don't I can do whatever I want to do. If that's the case, that man would be called misogynistic, and rightly so, right? You don't get to do whatever you want to do just because you make money. And the same thing here. Some of the tweets that I did see, and there was a hell of a lot more than what I showed you, where people were talking about the fact that, hey, yeah, well, he doesn't make money, so he should keep quiet. When you start doing that, what you're actually doing is that maybe for you, maybe Keke Palmer is an outliner. The rest of the women are not outliners. So what you don't realize is you're actually now co-signing men who say that you should keep quiet if you don't make enough money. You don't get to say anything. You don't have a choice. You don't get to have anything. Yeah, maybe. Don't fight that fight. Okay? Don't fight that fight. His opinion is still valid. The problem is his opinion is on the internet, and I don't need to hear it. Yeah? Okay? Whether he makes money or not is irrelevant to whether he can have an opinion or not. Right? Once he has money or not, it's irrelevant. Whether you're a woman, and by the way, this also goes to men. If you're out here saying, how can women say when they make money, no man can speak? I don't want to hear you also tweeting somewhere else saying that when I make my money, you can't say nothing. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like you can't have it both ways either. So any man out there too who's crying about the fact that, oh, if Kiki, the women are saying about Kiki can do whatever she wants because she makes money. I don't want to see you on the internet later on talking about the fact that I can do whatever I want when I make money. I don't want to see that either. I don't want to see you back in that kind of thought process. Okay. All right. So yes, it's wrong. We don't want to see that. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what we have to be very much aware of, that argument. Okay. Now, I think also another thing that I noted down, I put it as things is, I don't know. That was it. That's what I wanted to put. Now, just really, really quickly, I'm going to say what I felt like Keke Palmer was wrong about, because I've done an hour talking about why he's wrong, and the video actually is about why he's wrong. But I did more of her yesterday, so that's why I don't need to do as much. Let me just say this. Keke Palmer's wrong because she should never be putting her hands on Usher like that. That's just as simple as it is. Right? That's as simple as it is. I don't need to go long into it because I did that yesterday. Keke Palmer's wrong because, in all honesty, putting your hands on another man the way she did is inappropriate. Right? Now, unless you've got that agreement, yeah, it's not gonna work. And I say that because when Chance the Rapper was doing it, the women understood. Yeah, there was a whole conversation about it. People coming to drag Chance the Rapper for dancing on another woman, having her ass shaking into his groin area. People felt some type of way. Okay, so the reality of the situation is, we know that there are inappropriate behaviors that people don't like. What she did may look kind of cute. Oh, because it's Usher, and because Usher is this great musician, and you shouldn't even feel no way about it because it's Usher. The principle still stands. Okay? Yeah? The principle still stands. Respect doesn't go out the window because somebody's a celebrity. You get what I'm saying to you? Yeah? It doesn't go out the window. So we understand that someone is a celebrity, but they're not a god. So in reality of the situation, the part where I found that she's wrong is the behavior of her, one, wrapping her arms around that man. 2, if you watch what actually happens, the way she even touched her stomach was like, you know what I mean? Like grabbed his arm, put it in her, then stroked his back, then did this as well. Okay, did this aspect too, and then did a little twizzle around. That's a problem. Do you get it? That's all. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. You don't need to be touching on someone like that. It's just inappropriate. It's not necessary. It causes issues. It makes people feel some type of way, and that is where she was wrong. But I don't want to go too much because I already spoke about this yesterday. I spoke quite a bit on it yesterday. I want to talk about him because today, I was discussing about from, Kiki's prediction. All right. So yeah, no. It's a situation. It's a situation. And that's where she can fix up on that aspect. And other than that, he better go and tell her in the background. Okay. Yeah. Lulu said she was giving people a show. Well, it's not a show. It's not your show, it's Usher's show. It's Usher's show. So the context is important. Context is important. See, what you're doing is what men do when they start gaslighting a situation. No offense to you, dude. I'm just saying. When they start gaslighting a situation, this is what they do. When you try to move the goalposts, you can't move the goalposts back. She was now in an acting bag. She was now doing a performance. Well, it's not a performance because it wasn't your performance. It was Usher's. Right? If you do that, that's what men will start doing to you. And in fact, men have done this before. That's what men do. Men will be like, you know what, babe? It wasn't a big deal. I was just here just trying, I was just enjoying the scenery. What's the big deal? I was just out here like, oh girl, I touched her bum. So what? It wasn't a big deal. I touched her bum. It was part of the show. Girl was throwing it back on me. I just touched it. I didn't mean, I don't mean no harm by it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's his performance, not her performance. So she doesn't get to say, oh, the context is I'm performing as well. You weren't performing. You came to watch him. Right? You weren't performing. And this is what I mean by we're being dishonest now. We're being dishonest about the situation. I don't mind holding him accountable. I've been holding him accountable for the last hour. But what we're not going to do is be dishonest. Because I call that 007 for being dishonest. This is dishonest. Because there's no way you're going to tell me she was in here performing. It's not your performance. It's not your performance. So you can't say it's your performance. You can't. You're not performing. Okay? And let me tell you something. When people use Jay-Z and Beyonce, it's the wrong example. It is the wrong example. Jay-Z and Beyonce, you don't want to use that as an example. Beyonce and Jay-Z are not you don't want to do it. Jay-Z, let me tell you something. Jay-Z does not like that stuff at all. When there was a situation with Cameron, remember the song oh baby, what you like what you see when you come on it, check up on it. Listen, that brother, Jay-Z made sure Cameron knew, hey, that's my girl, don't play like that. Back off her. Too much touching and stuff. Let's not pretend. You know what I mean? That Jay-Z don't play them games. So we don't do that. Okay? All right? They don't do that. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's just keep it real. Let's keep it 100. What she did was wrong, and we can hold her accountable for what she did was wrong. We ain't need to shift the goalposts and try to pretend and make some fake ass argument about it's a performance and she's been performing her whole entire life. You already know that ain't the truth. It's got nothing to do with the situation. She was not performing in that moment. She was an audience member. Simple as that. Maisha said everybody's performing. Oh, is that what we're doing now? Okay. Let me become an actor and let me be kissing another girl, saying, "Babe, we just practicing lines outside of our workplace. No, baby, we just practicing a scene outside our workplace. I'm just performing. I'm always a performer, baby. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm always on a tip-top shape of, of my work and craft. So when I kiss women, it's not because I'm trying to cheat on you, babe. It's just simply because I'm just trying to practice my craft. I want to make sure that I'm the best kisser on the screen." Come off that nonsense. Y'all bugging. Y'all bugging. Y'all are bugging. Y'all are bugging. Y'all are bugging. Jessica said, "I be flirting." Absolutely, I be flirting. Because I'm single. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Because I'm single, I'm going to flirt. I am single. I'm single. I'm going to open up my chest and show you some chest. Because I'm single. When I'm single, I do single things. When I'm in a relationship, I do relationship things. You get what I'm saying to you? Right? Like, when you date this, they should not be using Jay-Z. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Do not use Jay-Z because Jay-Z be the one. Jay-Z be the one to just, move mad with that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, yes, let's not pretend as if things are a performance. But anyway, listen, the link is there. The link is there. Use the link. Click on the link and let's hear your thoughts. Okay? All right? Use the link and let's hear your thoughts because you wanted to tussle on this net that we have today. You hear me? So let me put my headphones in. I see you, Kenny. I got these headphones in. Let me let's get this conversation flowing. You get me? We've got about an hour left. So listen, don't wait to the end, please, guys. Jump on. The link is there. I've pinned it. Get on board. Have your say. Let's get the conversation flowing. Okay. What's on?
What's up, my brother? It's been a while, huh?
Well, wait telling me.
Yeah, it's been a while. You can hear me, right?
Is it just me? It might just be. Hold on. It might be me. Hold on.
Yeah.
Make sure I got my headphones in. Yeah, no, I can't hear you. Is that just me?
Yeah, can
Audience,
you hear me?
can you hear? Can you hear? Kenny, maybe
I can hear.
It might be my.
I can hear you very well.
Maybe they can hear you and I can't hear you. It might be me. Let me see. Guys, can you hear? Can I just want to make sure? Because I don't know if I can hear. I can hear. Oh, I think it's me, Might be me. Hold on. I can hear him. Okay, so it's me. It's me that's moving, man. Okay, Kenny, go for it. You go on. I think my internet's. I'm gonna go out, come back in, but continue. You say your piece, bro. I'm gonna let you go back and come in, but you say your piece. They can hear you. It's just me.
You want me to go out and come back in? Yeah, do you want me to go back and come back? Okay, you want to go back and come back in. Okay. Yeah, the thing is this. Life is you gotta look at it this way. Men have become more conservative, and women have become more liberal. You see what I'm saying? But it's been like that throughout centuries that men tend to be more conservative. They think more about community, family, but women think more about not all women, but good sizable amount of them think about individualism. That is why you see them promoting individualism. They want to talk about individualism. They want things to be about individualism. They don't want it to be about community because they believe that it's all about how she feels. You see the problem. So it's been like that. That is why you see throughout centuries there was so many guards that was placed in line to control women on doing certain things or going certain places or being certain places because culture and civilization, the old culture and the old civilization actually did everything to contain women. But the new culture and the new civilization opened up the whole thing for them. So now they've gone wide. So that is why you see in today's civilization, they talk more about individualism because today's women, most of them, are not wired for community. So men are mostly wired for community. That is why you see a woman's greatest interest is her and her child, whereas a man talks about community. Because to men, building community is building legacy. But women don't really build community. They've never meant to build community. That's why you see if you come to America, or even your grandmother, when your grandmother dies, everybody's gone because your grandmother made the family about herself. So everybody came around because of grandmother. Whereas grandfather was about community, about everybody being together, about everybody being one. So he is always talking about how you should be in good character, in good behavior, so you can be able to be an upright man in the society. Your grandfather will talk about society, will talk about community, will talk about how society should be. Whereas your grandmother is talking down about the other grandmother. He's always talking down about other women. Don't want you to associate with your cousins. Always want you to, and even some of our mothers do that or have done that or did that in the past. Our mothers are always talking about we, me, I, myself, my children. So she will tell you, go do what this person did. This person's son cannot be better than my son. The other person's son cannot be better than my son. The other person's daughter. So she made it all about herself. But when your mother is not around anymore, everything fall apart because she made it about herself, whereas your father. So whereas your father made it about community. So if you look at Kiki Pamela, right? This lady had everything she could have done to be a married woman. But she chose to be a baby mama because individualism and selfishness. That commitment, they don't want that commitment anymore because to them it's too much of a work. Building a community is a work and they don't want that work. Individualism is laziness and they prefer laziness. And they prefer to
wait. So Kina, are you saying that this is Kiki Palmer's fault that they're not married?
I gotta tell you something, right?
No. I just need a direct answer. Is Kiki Palmer's
yes.
Why are we saying this? And listen, we always like to go tussle. Why are we saying it's Kiki Palmer's fault that they're not married when it takes two to marry?
It takes two to marry, but I gotta tell you something, right? If women close their legs and demand marriage, every man on earth will be married. It happened before.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? If she said to that guy,
you're making a point about, and I want because I don't need to take too long. I want to get a quick back and forth. Okay, so but in this instance, that's again, how is that Kiki Palmer's fault alone? Because if he wants marriage, he should go and get marriage. If he doesn't want marriage, then he's also at fault too. What I'm saying is to look at it from both perspectives. It's not just going to be on her; it's going to be on him.
I understand what you're saying, but you gotta let me tell you something you have to understand as a man. Our ancestors were more smarter than us. We are more educated than them, but they were more smarter than us. You know why they were more smarter than us? They understand that men will not get married if you don't force or ask them or psychologically make them to do that. Men will never get married. I will never get married if a woman doesn't make me to do it. If a woman doesn't give me the incentive to remain single, because most men don't want to be committed. They want to be able to spread their seeds. You see what I'm saying? Men are wired like that. The reason why we marry because women demand marriage. In Africa, look at Africa, right? The reason why there is a high rate of marriage in Africa. The reason why there's a high rate of marriage in Africa is because women there demand marriage. So the men
How
have
beautiful. Now, here's where we're gonna have to align, and we're gonna go separate ways too. Those women who are demanding those things too have father figures. This is what I'm saying to you, that you can't take the man out of the situation. So if we've there's a situation now between Kiki Palmer and this gentleman, they now have a child out of wedlock. Whose fault is that? You can call it Kiki if you want to call it, but he's also part of it. And now there's a situation where they're not married. It takes two.
You see what? You are 100% right that it takes two. I'm not taking that away from you. I'm not saying that it doesn't take two. It takes two to tango. We all know that. But there is always a loose cannon. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why you have high rate of, I tell women this in the United States all the time on podcasts. The reason why you have a high rate of single womanhood in the US is because the men know they will get a child out of it. But if you deny them access to children and you deny them access to sex, I'm telling you again, 100% of the men will be married. Because you know where we come from. In the olden days before the 2000s, men were married at the age of 98%. Women were married at the age of 98%. But today it's gone down significantly. It's about 80% today. Baby mama in Africa has gone up by almost 10 to 15%. Because you know why? The women started being wayward. They started opening their legs. They started letting men in, right? Maybe you didn't grow up there. I grew up there. I was in Africa for 20-something years of my life, so I know both sides. I've been here for 20-something years, so I know both sides of the Atlantic.
Last 20 seconds in the Kenny. I'm going to move it on, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so
I wanted to get the ladies in. That's why. So 20
no,
seconds.
go ahead. I'll wait. Let it speak because so that way I don't take too much out of it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Lulu. Thank you. Sorry, Kenny. Lulu, go for it.
I would like to concede my time to Analyst because I think she can answer to the women shut legs way better than I can. So let's let Analyst go first. I know she's got some good.
Not you. No, this is your time. I'm not getting two lashes, 3 lashes this week. Uncle Akini, Uncle, what are you talking about?
Is there a question for me? Is there a question to me?
Yeah. What are you actually saying?
I got to tell you this thing, man. I got to say it this way. A very smart woman is a woman that listens to a man when he says something that is beneficial to her. That instead of fighting back, especially with this mindset that we are today. I will tell you that because you know what? I have seen a whole lot, but way more than you have seen. And I'm telling you, the only way you can survive today and be a married woman is by listening to people that have been there and done that. I'm not here to fight people over their beliefs or modern belief, but I always come from the old culture. I'm a very old culture man, and I will tell you, when women listen to men, you'll be married, especially men that are looking out for your good. I've lied to women a lot in my past to get in between their two legs. In between their legs, right? And it's the easiest thing to do if you can lie to a woman. As soon as I become truthful and honest, they're gone in a second. They're gone. But once I open my mouth and start lying, I get every single thing that I want. So it's up to you to listen to me. It's your choice.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I want to address that. I'll just say personally, I may agree with some of the things he's saying, but as it pertains to Kiki, that's what we're talking about, right? I would say that there's two, like I put in my thing, two things can be true. She can be both inappropriate, right, in her conduct with Usher, but then also her man could be out of line, and he is. Period. Now, there are different reasons why she might not want to get married, or different, I think that's a different conversation, Uncle. But I'll just say, all I came on here to say is, you don't have to call me. It's okay, because that's what I wanted to say. I don't know about all these other things that he's talking about. So, Lulu, go ahead.
Well, I came here to tussle on behalf of Keke Palmer
Kiki, go
and
for
the
it.
delegation of hot moms. Um, we're not going to take this slander, and we're not going to take it laying down, Coach. We are going to defend ourselves. We are going to dance with Usher in the VIP because we paid for those seats.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think she's wrong. I think as an entertainer, she
Don't worry, I think a child was coming. That's why.
Yeah, so let me answer to that real quick.
Wait,
Yes,
before we go, Kenny. Before we go, Kenny, I just
okay.
want to just bring us back onto topic, guys, because I feel like the
No,
topic has
I'm
gone
coming
left.
back to
So
I'm
I want
coming
to.
back to the topic of Kiki. But go ahead.
Okay, to keep it, yeah. Just that's all. That's one. I just wanted to come back onto the key thing. Lou, you there
Yeah.
again?
yes, I
I
am.
think Lou's finished. Go for it, Lou.
Um, yeah, I think as entertainers, they sometimes don't know how to turn it off. And Kiki is very like, she's always on, like spotlight on. She's been doing it ever since she was a child. So I think Usher came, the camera came, and she's like, "Oh, the people are watching. Let's give them a show." And I've seen other interactions with entertainers that have been the same. And you say, "Oh, if a man does such and such." If Juvenile has a wife, if he were
Mhm.
somewhere and a woman were twerking on Juvenile, I wouldn't think, oh, I wonder what his wife at home is thinking. Juvenile's been twerking on women for 30 years. It's just what he does as a part of his brand, as part of his performance. So I don't look at entertainers as these entities that can't do these things because of their marital or relationship status. And even Chance the Rapper, I mean, when in Rome, he was at a carnival event doing carnival event things. I don't think he's wrong for me personally, but to each his own.
Which you're absolutely right. So the situation with Chance the Rapper, I actually hear what you're saying, but that's not how the people reacted. That's not how the ladies reacted. So you might have been an exception because they were not letting Chance the Rapper go. They tore his singlet and they tore it well. So that's what I'm trying to say to you, that this whole performance stuff, I get it. But you mentioned Juvenile is performing. It's not that he was it's not like he wasn't performing and a girl came up and then he'd start dancing with her. He was already performing. Kiki Palmer is not performing. She was on the sideline now listening to Usher perform. That's why I would say there's a slight difference. So I'm saying that I'm saying that people tearing Chance's singlet is right. If and again, I mentioned it going back to the fact that if again your partner is not comfortable with it. So if Juvenile wasn't performing and he's doing that, and his partner says, "I'm good at that. That's me. I'm comfortable with that." Doesn't mean it has to be everybody's comfortability level. Just because you're comfortable doesn't mean I'm not comfortable with it. Me, I'm not comfortable with going to a strip club when I have a wife. I don't expect my wife to be in a strip club. I'm not comfortable with that.
Let,
But some people are comfortable with that behavior, in that essence. You know what I mean? So it depends on
if, let,
boundaries.
let me put it this way, right? Going back to the Kiki stuff, one thing that we fail to understand, especially our modern generation fail to understand, is this. When you have a child for somebody, you are a default wife. You can't act how you lie because you think you're single. You carry this person's child. That's because you can go from being a baby mama to being a wife by acting right. You may have been a baby mama by one night stand. You may have been a baby mama by this. So you can't just go and put up a show when you have somebody's child. You can't go up and behave anyhow you want. You can't go and do those single things. Yes, you're single by title, but now you're a mother. A mother used to be, that's a great honor for a woman to carry, but today it's like a ticket to just do whatever you want. So if she wants to go perform, she want to be a performer, that's fine. But being a mother comes before a performer. That is why you see back in the days in Hollywood, when people have children, they just go invisible. because now it's about something they've created. It's no longer about them anymore. But today they just want to live their life. It doesn't matter if they have 1 kid or 10 kids, they just still want to be out there. They want to be performers, they want to perform. And there is a detriment to that because you're going to get people talking and you're going to get baby daddy pissed off. You see what I'm saying? I was just watching a video a few minutes ago before I came online. This girl got pregnant by a guy. She's a baby mama to a guy, but she went and slept with his brother. And then, do you know what her excuse was? We're not married. I'm single. Oh, but you have his son. You have his child. So you have somebody's child, but you went and slept with his brother because you think you're single. So you see, that's what I'm trying to make our women to unwind. Once you have a child, doesn't give you ticket to go live your life the way you want to live. You can't live that life anymore. If you don't have a child,
I think, and I hear you, but I got to push back. Okay. Again, if we're talking about Keke Palmer's situation, I think saying that because she's a mother now, that she's almost like a wife now, I don't agree with that at all. Either you're a wife or you're not a wife. Either you're being claimed by somebody who said they're here to take care of you as a husband, or they're not. So we can't have it both ways. You either are a wife or you're not a wife. I can't put that on.
No, I don't think that's what I said.
Okay. Well, I mean, because I'm saying because obviously what you kind of said, right? And then you kind of conflate it a little bit with another situation, and I hear that. But this situation here, she's just a girlfriend, if that, right?
No,
done is violated the terms. But
yeah, she violated the terms of girlfriend. That's what I'm saying. She violated the terms of their relationship. She violated because that's what I said. When you are a girlfriend, you can become a wife like that, but you don't think. Oh, and then when you're a baby mama, you can also become a wife. Both being a baby mama and being a girlfriend can qualify to being a wife, because guess what? Now the person is taking you serious. You see what I'm saying? But women sometimes do think that, oh, I'm a girlfriend, I'm single, I can do my thing. No, you can't. You are in you do internship. It's internship to become an employee of this person. Being an intern doesn't mean you can go do whatever you want to do, act anyhow in the company because you're not hired. That company is not going to hire you tomorrow. When you come to work 1 hour late and leave 1 hour early because you're an intern, you're never going to get that job at that company. But if you come right on time or before time and leave on time or after time, you will be the first in line to be hired. That's why you see a lot of girls, they are single because they think, oh, because he doesn't put a ring on it, I can do whatever or however. And guess what? That's why men leave those girls for another, and then they turn around and say, men ain't shit. But they didn't want to criticize their character. So Keke Palmer by what she's doing or what she did, right? And these guys upset about it. Do you think that guy will end up marrying her if he's like a conservative man like me or some of the
conservative man? But Kenny, is he a conservative
most men are.
No, but is he a conservative man?
Can I speak?
Hold on 2 seconds. Is he a conservative man, Kenny?
I can't tell if he's a conservative man because
we can tell, right? If he's a conservative man, would he post his own woman in a sexy catsuit where her ass is jiggling and you can see it jiggling? Would he post that?
No, he will not.
Then he's not. Then by your own admission, he's not a conservative man. So what this is what I said about being specific to this situation. He's not a conservative man. And I'm not trying to even. I told you I think Kiki's wrong for some of the things she does, but I'm saying that if we're saying he's a conservative man, that she's now going to be prepared for that wife role, then you have to hold him accountable to his conservatism. He's not conservative. So does our point now fall flat about him being conservative, about the reason why he's saying what he said about Keke? If you wanted to marry her, would he not have married her? He would have married her. That's what I'm saying about. I'm saying about holding him accountable. I'm saying about holding him accountable. That if we're gonna say about we're gonna hold Kiki accountable and saying that's why women are single. I'm saying to you, there's not enough serious people who are men out there too, right? And he has to be held accountable.
That's right.
And we can't say he's conservative because he was out here posting pictures of his girl looking sexy across the net. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
You remember what I said earlier, right? You remember what I said earlier that most men are not going to get married except if women force them to. Remember I said it earlier in this conversation. Most men will not, which means most men want to just do their thing. That's why you see men lie to women that don't really want to get married. Will lie to women so much. But why do a lot of men also get married? Because some women force them to marry them. But most men don't want to. Yeah.
But what's that got? Okay, so I think because that's the reason why I'm getting on this, because we're straying from the actual conversation. What does a marriage got to do with anything? This situation is about whether she was right or wrong in her behavior. So what's the marriage got to do with anything? No, because the marriage is not being mentioned, right? He called her his wife, but they're not married. So what? So if we look here from the situation,
that's why
right and
that's
wrong,
why I was talking about marriage, because he called her. Yeah, that's why I'm mixing up to get the whole thing together.
Okay. Analyst, I get in there. You said you want to have
a
point.
I was just gonna say, the way Uncle is speaking is as if marriage is some type of trophy or some type of like a competition, and if I perform well as an intern, I'll get hired on. This is not. I really resent the way you're speaking, because I get tired of that being the threshold. Now, yes, as a Christian person, that should be the goal for both parties, but I'm not sure if these people are Christian. I'm not sure if we can hold them. And I think that to that standard, I think that's why people got upset with Chance the Rapper, because Chance is out here promoting his Christianity, and yet he's, at Carnival acting all kinds of sorts. But his wife had obviously no problem with it. Now, to me, I think those are apples and oranges. She wasn't busting it down for Usher. She was just giving herself how she normally is, doing a twirl, looking at him. He came over to her. He wanted to embrace her. The issue is the man had an issue with her outfit, her choice of clothing. And to me, I don't have a problem with that, even as a believer. But at the same time, I feel like within the context of people not being conservative or Christian, yes, it's a different kind of, I don't really care what these folks wear. Beyonce wears all types of things like that, right? But we wouldn't look at her as the church mother. So that's why there is acceptable. But if she was at church like the other girl in the group, it would be looking at her kind of crazy. So I think there is context that we have to look at, but I really don't like the whole, you don't know if she even wants to be married, especially to a man like him. Maybe he needs to be the one auditioning. So
that what she said last was very, very wrong. But continue, brother. Continue.
Kathy, go for it.
I wanted to address Kenny. I think, I didn't agree with a lot of things you said. And I think that Darius entered a relationship knowing who Kiki is. Everyone knows Kiki. She's high energy. This is who she is. If she doesn't like that, if this is the issue, who she is an issue, then he shouldn't be with her. And I don't think the outfit was bad. I do feel like, as a woman in a relationship, if she is dancing dancing against another man and is being filmed, I will not do that, but I feel like he was wrong for blasting her on social media. I think we are getting to a place where everything is being put on social media, and it doesn't have to be on social media. He could have had that conversation with her in privacy. And I know I heard some comments about Beyonce and Jay-Z. I'm not really always on social media, but I have never once heard Jay-Z address Beyonce about anything, even with the Sean Paul performance on social media. And that's the point. He didn't need to go to social media to embarrass his baby mother or girlfriend, whatever she is. That was wrong. That was the issue. Keep it in privacy. Speak to her about it offline, not online. Keke, I think this is a good sign to exit. She's established. She has her own money. He doesn't have anything. If she was to marry a man like him, he would divorce and ask her for everything. So I'm happy this happened, because now hopefully this is a sign to exit left, leave this man alone, have your baby, and be happy. And I think also that comment about single, I don't think anyone chooses to be a single mother. Sometimes situations happen, and it's best to leave the situation. And also, I don't think a lot of men these days, you mentioned about men believe in community. What I'm seeing is a lot more community of single mothers. And I doubt that many of these women, I doubt that many of these women chose to be single mothers. Many men come with a representative, they build this woman up, and then they leave and they go make babies with other women. That's not right. And no woman should stay in those situations just for the child, because then they're not happy. That child is not happy because a child feeds off of their parents' energy. So I really want to just think about that, because you're really making comments about single moms and the woman, and you're not focusing on the man. This man know who Keke is, and I love her energy. I love her energy, and Keke got to find a man that will love and appreciate her energy and who she is as a person, and not judge her and not embarrass her for the whole public to see.
Appreciate it. Before we go, can it, Jeff, want to go for it, Jeff?
Yeah, can you hear me, Black Culture?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I want to just say something to Kenny. You said, I'll be very quick about this. You said the point that for a lot of times right now, men have always been conservative and women nowadays have been liberal. I would say that's debatable, because today I would say that men right now are selectively conservative, because now we have acquiesced towards the culture in terms of what's going on today. And in the case of Darius, right? Darius is a hypocrite. You can't at one point be posting Kiki wearing a certain like twerking on gram, and now she's more or less doing an act with Usher, right? You can't have it both ways. It's either, if you knew the type of person that she was with from the jump, you shouldn't have gotten well with her in the situation to begin with. I don't agree with what Kiki did, because again, it speaks more to violating boundaries in a relationship. Just because she's an entertainer and Usher's an entertainer, that wasn't her night to be entertaining anybody. She was there as an audience, as a participant, basically. So there's a boundary that was crossed. Now, again, I don't also agree with Darius literally posting his personal business out on social media. If you have any issue with the person you're with, if it's a girlfriend, all of that, you keep it in the home. You talk to that person properly. You don't be putting out your personal business, because immediately he was made to look like a hypocrite the moment all his tweets and all of that resurfaced. So you can't have it both ways. If you want someone who's conservative, you get somebody who's conservative. You cannot expect someone to change if they're not willing to change themselves. You have to look at the person. So it's on his vetting process. But again, Kiki was wrong in terms of her touching and moving in that certain type of way, because again, she was there as a participant, not as an entertainer in that kind of way. So yeah, that's what I would say to that.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Yes, Kenny, you want to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, let me address Cathy, and then I will address analyst. Then Jeff. Cathy, people that have mindset like you are the reason why single women are there out there. And the reason why is because they think about their individual satisfaction, how their feelings, and not care about their children and the well-being of their children and how their children are going to grow in two parents' household. Most of the kids out there that are damaged today, most of them blame their mother for leaving the relationship. And women are so good at using their children as a bait. When your husband makes you mad, or your boyfriend or whoever, or your partner makes you mad, you tell your children. Let me tell you, grown-ups folks, business is not children's business. You keep your business between you and your man away from your children. That's how you raise good kids. If you want to use your children as a bait against your man, guess what? You're going to lose. Because those kids are going to grow up resenting you. That's why a lot of kids today resent their mothers. I know a lot of kids out there that are raised by single mothers. Most of them don't like their mothers. Most of these kids don't like their mothers. Go to YouTube. A lot of these kids don't like their mom because their mom chooses happiness over their upbringing, over their comfort, over two-parent household because she does not want to be told what to do. They don't want to live under somebody's guidance and control. So people that think like Kati are the reason why our families are destroyed today. And it's sad. When I hear the things that she said, it broke my heart because single women keep women single. And single women are the reason why Black communities are messed up globally today. And it pisses me off to hear her say that because guess what? People that think like that are the reason why our society are raising men that destroy women. That guy that you're talking about, he's raised by a single mom. Single mom destroy boys destroy women. And to answer analysts, let me tell you something that you don't know.
Wait, before you go analyst, keep that chamber, keep one in the chamber.
Can I say something? Can I respond?
So that we can convolute. And you can go back again and Kenny after sure. Yes, go for it, Kathy, go for it.
Okay, so Kenny, I'm here laughing. I am a single mother.
It's not a laugh thing, but you can laugh.
Because what you said was you judged me, and I am a single mother, and I came from a household with two parents, and they got divorced. Before they got divorced, there was a lot of tension, a lot of discord, a lot of issues. One of the things I promised myself is to not ever stay in a relationship that you're not happy in, because the children feed off of that energy. And it's nothing, and that's my experience as a child. Now, moving forward, I did not choose to be a single mother, but I did have a relationship with a man who chose to still be in the community, as you stated earlier. I made the best decision for myself to raise my child. And let me tell you, my child is raised very well. We travel yearly. I'm a registered nurse. I have a business. I have my own house. I have everything. I give her love. She has everything. And my daughter's father never went to child support because I take care of my child. Never held her from her from her father. She has a phone. She knows his number. She can call anytime. He can call anytime. She's now 16 years old. She's an honor roll student. She's doing very well. Okay. And she still have a relationship with her dad, because one thing I don't ever want to do, what I feel towards her father, I'm not going to put that on her. I want her to develop her own relationship. So it's how we approach situations. So you cannot just make this general statement about single mothers. I would love to be married, but I refuse to just say to get married, just to say I'm married to someone who I'm not going to be happy with. I would not settle. And my father taught me this: you are a queen, you're not a peasant. And my father raised me to be independent, and he also raised me to never accept nonsense from anybody. And my mother did the same thing as well. So I think you need to really rethink that thought of how, because you know, not all single mothers are the same. You put a lot of energy towards the woman, and you don't put energy towards the man, because many men who are doing what they're doing don't have a father figure, or there's something else going on with them. But it's not just a woman's problem; it's a man's problem. It's
if I can reply,
when she lands, and you can go.
Okay. Kenny, I said what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. What you just said is so disingenuous, because you said your mother and your father had contentious relationship, but then you turned around and said that your dad told you never to tolerate this, and your mom told you never to tolerate this. So I don't know which one is true now. Because if
It's
your mom
both
and your dad,
true because they both had their own
so that
experience.
so that means that they both damaged, and then they transfer that energy to you. That is not. I don't think I'm going to take
I
that
wouldn't say
advice, and
that
I will
because I'm
tell
having
everyone.
a very good life.
But
So
guess
when
what?
you
I understand you. But guess what? Let me put it this way, right?
and I think Kiki's going
Um,
to be able to provide for her son as well without the
you
dad or
shouldn't
with
you
the dad.
shouldn't you shouldn't be advising women
Hold
to
on,
be
Kathy.
single. That is one thing, Kathy. You should not be advising women to be single because sometimes both men. And then another thing I'm going to say before I finish saying that, I'm going to say this to you. If you go into shows that I've been on, I've destroyed men. I talk about men every day. Just like earlier in this show, I said that men deceive women a lot. I think Little Black Book, you can attest to that I said that earlier. I said women should stop listening to men that are out there to lie to you and make you open those legs and you get pregnant and it's gone. I said that earlier. So if I say that, means that I am not being fair to men. No, I'm always hard on men. I tell men every day, get your ass up and go work. Go work and protect your family, provide for your family, be the security that has to do things for your family, be the man there. Don't make your woman feel like the roof over her head is threatened. I say this in every program, but I also tell women, you have to protect your virtue. You can't go there and do whatever you like, how you like it, and when you like it. No, you're not made to do that. You can do that in your 20s and you will destroy in your 40s. In your 30s, you're going to be seeking marriage. And let me tell you this, right? The reason why there are a lot of single women out there is because they thought they could do it however they want. And the men that they were with left them. And they become pissed that the man left. The man that they've done all these things with is not there anymore. And another man finds out and he doesn't want to be with you either. And you become a cycle, moving from one man to another. And the result is going to be the same because you're repeating the same attitude. If you keep doing the same thing all over again and you're getting the same result, it becomes insanity. It becomes totally insanity, right? So you have to tell yourself when you have to stop. So if you don't want to listen to me, that's fine. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything for anybody or make you feel happy as a man or make you feel happy as a woman. I've said it here earlier. Men and women are all messed up, most of them. But the thing is that men at the end of the day have the luxury to correct and start over. Women don't have that luxury. You only have 25 years, 15 to 40. And after that, most men will not take you serious.
Okay, so let me jump in there so that we can bring in some conversation. I think this conversation again has strayed away from the Keke Palmer, but I wanted to see where it was going to go, so I let it go. But I think Akene, if I'm going to be honest, you took the conversation left, and
Yes.
when you take it left, I talk about this all the time. We spoke this about the other week. Your message has to be tight. If it doesn't, it loses its essence. You've lost the audience because you could have made some really good points, but they stopped listening because you've made some extra points which have now gone to the heart of personal rather than talking about. It's supposed to be about Kiki, you know. We're not supposed to be talking about Kathy or Analyst Ali. It's meant to be about Kiki. And I talk about this all the time about when you are delivering a message, who are you delivering it to? And if the audience, like you said, you talk to men, they're harsh on them. You can't do that to women. You can't do the same way you're delivering it to men as you deliver it to women. There's a way you have to deliver the conversation in a particular way. And when it goes left to a point where you start almost saying about you've done in a particular way with a tone and the words, you're going to miss the person, right? So now the conversation is focused on a fight between yourself and Kathy and not about Kiki anymore. And that's what I was trying to highlight to you, that come back to Kiki, because that is the argument we're having. It's about Kiki and what she did. Now, what I'll also be fair and say is this: you did not keep it all the way 100 for the men. You kept it all the way 100 for Kiki. And I've kept on telling you beforehand, you've got to be able to talk about the man. You've focused solely on Kiki and not the man. When you talk about single mothers don't make themselves. There are men who make single mothers. So you have to hold both people accountable if you're going to talk about. If it's true, then why are you not holding them both accountable? This is the only thing I have issue with when I talk to some men sometimes, because you're not being objective on both fronts. You can definitely say your piece, and part of what you were saying was true. I'm not gonna hold you, but when you hold it in one position, it makes it look like you have smoke for women and not smoke for men. So whilst I hear what you're saying, and you're saying that, you know, I'm hard on men, nobody in this audience has heard you be hard on men on this thing. And this whole conversation, you've made it about Kiki and you've made it about Kathy. And that part is where there's going to be an issue. Your message is going to get lost. So and that's why I'm going to bring you back here to this point. I originally started off by saying to you, listen, if you're talking about a conservative man, I hear you, but he wasn't conservative. Okay, you're talking about marriage. Okay, but he could have married her. You know what I mean? Like at every point in turn, you've made it about the women and not about both these parties are wrong. And really and truly, this situation, I think, is very clear cut. Kiki's not wrong for wearing what dress she wore. She's wrong for touching a man. That's it. And where his issue is, if you're talking about, Kenny, you're married. What he did, is that becoming of a husband? To come on the internet and tell someone this, to say what he said, is that becoming of a husband?
Kojo, let me interject just for 10 seconds.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Yes. Okay. It's not becoming of a husband. It's not becoming of a husband at all. But I got to say one thing to you, right? You, as a man, when you see a man comes out in public to talk about his family, men like us understand. We don't attack him for that. You know why we don't? Women like to wrap things under the rug and keep it inside the bedroom. They don't want it to come out if it's against them. But the reason why a man will do that, because he said and talk, and she will never let him talk in that private. She's over talking. She's always over talking him, never want him to talk, never want him to make that point. And guess what? He's saying all these things online. And he's like, you know what? I've told her the same thing. And then he expressed himself, because these things are in the public. They're not private matters anymore. Private matters is what you discuss in private. Public matters is what you discuss in public. She made it public, so he has to address it public. He can address it private, because if he had addressed it private, when he spills out and becomes a problem, you know what people are going to say? You didn't talk about it. You never said anything. You never made any public statement about it. Now, 10 years is gone, 5 years is gone, and they're going to blame him for not talking. If he talks, damn him. If he doesn't talk, damn him. So what the hell? Talk. That's what it is. I am for that.
I hear that. Hold on. I hear that. Hold on, Kath. I hear what you're saying, right? So now let's have a real conversation now, because this now you're a husband, Kenny. How long you been married for?
I've been with the same woman for going to 14 years, and we've been married for 4 years now.
Beautiful. So you've been with this woman for 14 years, married for 4. Beautiful. And I asked you at the very beginning, is this becoming of a husband to come onto Twitter and say?
No, it's not becoming. I don't support that. I don't support that.
Now, so at this point, where do we hold him accountable? Because as a man, you are the leader. Now, regardless of what she did what she did, right? You're frustrated at what she did. But how do you handle that to make sure that your family stays intact? How do you handle that?
This is how you handle something like this, right? Like I said all the time, a man should be, if you look at how culture is, a man should be slow to speak and also slow to react, but be forceful when he starts talking, because you have to assert your authority. You see what I'm saying? It's not of a man to come outside and discuss his family. But when your family has gone public, you have to make a statement. I cannot tell any man out there to keep talking private when things have spilled in the public. When things have spilled in the public, Kojo, you got to be careful. When things have gone public and you're not commenting about your family in the public to address things and hold who you have to hold responsible, you will destroy. In fact, the family will fall apart either way. But you have to be assertive, because if not, I'm a man. I'm a traditionalist to the core. And I know how things like this do end up. I have settled a lot of family issues. And I'll tell you, I've saved a lot of marriages. A lot of marriages I've saved. And I saved it by the man coming to me or making it public, and then I go to him and say, okay, come, let's talk. And then we'll go inside. The three of us have that conversation. Sometimes it's weeks and months, and the marriage got saved.
Ekene, thank you very much. You just proved my point. You said a man comes to you and says it to you. You then have a conversation with them too in private. You don't have this conversation in amongst the whole of the group and the rest of the world to have that conversation. So this is what I'm saying to you is, because you're very strong on holding single mothers or women accountable for they should make it marriage, etc., etc. And I'm saying to you, fine, if you want to do that, but keep that same tone and that same energy for the man, because what you just described is not what that man did.
But remember, I said something you didn't pick up. I said something, Kojo, that you didn't pick up. I said he came to me in private, right?
Yes.
And we discussed, and then I had to discuss it. And then I said in the same vein that sometimes he said it in public. Then I have to go to him and say to him, let's go in private and have
Why do you have to say that? That's the point. But why do you have to say
because in private?
No. The private part is fine. But you just said he said that in public, and you have to take him away from that. Why do you have to take him away from that?
Good. Let me address that. Because you can't have mediation. You can't do mediation in public. It doesn't work.
No. Stop there. Okay, stop there. That's it. That is what I'm talking.
Yeah.
You are proving the point I'm talking about. You're not you're not contradicting what I'm saying to you. You're saying exactly what we're saying. You don't address things in public like that because it affects your family. If you're talking about having children grow up in a particular environment, how does that affect the child knowing that you've put on the Twitter internet, you've insulted basically your wife, not even a wife, sorry, it's his girlfriend, and if that, right, on the internet. So what he should have done, and this is why I said I was waiting for you to hold him accountable, is that you should have taken him like you would do yourself out of wisdom. You would take him aside into private, because what you're doing right now is saying, I'm not going to hold him accountable, but actually your behavior would show that you would change the way you would do things. And I'm saying to you that if that's the case, you have to hold him accountable based upon your own principles. You would pull that person aside. And that's why I asked you, what would you do? And you've told us in two cases, your own and someone else who would do it. So what I'm saying to you is, where is the accountability on the other side? Because the energy is too fierce for what a woman is doing, but the energy is not the same for a man who first and foremost is a leader of their home and has to make sure that if they want someone to do something, you lead by example. Would you agree that? Just that simple statement, yes or no? Should a man lead by example how he wants things to be done?
100% correct. A man should
and then I'm going to shift it. Go for it. Say your piece.
A man should always lead by example, 100% correct. And let me throw this into that. You see, we're having this conversation about Kiki, right? That's why you see me talking mostly about the women. But when you see me talk about men, just like I'm forceful on women, I'm forceful on men. In fact, I'm more forceful on men, but this conversation was about Kiki. And I've told you, and I've said it earlier, that women are damaged because of men. Women don't damage themselves. Most women that are damaged today are damaged as a result of what men did to them. But some of them will take you to another relationship. And another relationship, they never got healed from the first damage, right? And then they keep piling up more damage. But women, a car doesn't all of a sudden get wrecked without a driver wrecking the car, right? So that's why I tell women all day, if you become a damaged woman today, it's because a man did that to you. But that doesn't mean that some women are not damaged from get-go, because your friends can also damage you as well as a woman before a man even gets close to you, right? Some women are just damaged by their environment. But most women are damaged by men, because just like I tell women all the time, a lot of men out there are bad men. Men keep women from bad men, but sometimes women don't want you to keep them because they like the bad guy. We as men know this from the get-go, that there are a lot of bad men out there. We can't stop bad men from being bad men because you have to match him physically. For a man to stop another man, he has to resort to physical altercation, right? So the way you avoid that is to go to the woman and tell her, don't go with this guy. This guy is a bad guy. And she will tell you out of your goddamn mind that she's in love. Only to come out and messed up. We know that men are bad. Nobody has to tell me that. I know 100% that men are bad.
Last 30 seconds.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, last 5 seconds. Please, girls, just know that there are bad men out there.
Appreciate it, Kenny. Okay, cool. Let me go to some of my new panelists who haven't spoken yet, because I know some people came onto the panel. Oh, it's got tasty, and sometimes conversations get like that. Let me reset the room. We are talking about Keke Palmer and her boyfriend Darius, and I guess we talking about obviously who was wrong. Was it Keke? Was it the guy who was wrong? Can both of them be wrong, etc., etc.? We want to hear your thought points as well, and it's got to a very interesting part of the conversation. So we are tussling a little bit. So do mind yourself if you come in this room. There's a little bit of a tussle. Don't take it personally. I'm trying to make sure we mediate as well appropriately as well. So, I will defend what I need to defend as well. Okay. All right. So, yes, Lorraine, you want to say something? Because I know you said you wasn't in the chat. You want to say something. Go for it.
Ooh, child. I came here ready to tussle. My blood was boiling, but I'm happy that I have had time to refresh and reset. Basically, as an African woman myself, I also hold some what you might call archaic views about relationships and men and women. So to some extent, I do agree with what Kenny was saying in terms of like how men choose who they get married to. As a woman, you can choose who you date, but a man is going to choose who they inherently get married to. However, in this Keke Palmer and Darius situation, with that being said, he would have known from jump that whether he wanted to get married to her or not. So how she's going to act within the relationship, right? He already knew the kind of person that she was, the kind of character that she had, the kind of behavior that she had, profession that she had, and all of that kind of stuff. So he knew, with that said, he knew that he was going to marry her or not. I don't think personally he's the marrying type and he's a conservative type. So your argument there is absolutely flawed when it comes to Darius. So however she acts, now that they're in a relationship, it's not going to make him want to marry her less or more, because he already knew. Because men know when they first start dating somebody, is she the marrying type? Am I going to marry her? If he was conservative, he would have married her when he got her pregnant. Because that's what conservative men do, in my African culture anyway. But he didn't do that. So you now can't come and use your archaic conservative views to say my wife is supposed to do this A, B, C, and D. You should have led by example. As a man, you've gotten her pregnant. Now marry her. Now step up to the plate. You can't have double standards. You can't expect her to behave in a wifely manner if you're not behaving in a husbandly manner. Number two, there's lack of emotional intelligence in this situation with Darius, because like everybody has said, read the room. You can't come and bring your private drawers here on the whole interweb with people watching. As a woman, how am I going to respect you? How am I going to believe that you're going to protect me? I can't trust you. I'm not safe with you, because any little thing that's going to happen, you're going to bring it on the interweb. If I then do something else that you don't think is womanly, that you don't think is wifely, you're going to bring that to the internet again. There is no emotional growth and emotional intelligence in this. You need to be able to regulate your emotions. Let's discuss this as a family. Did she do something that was inappropriate? Yes. Okay. I don't want to move the goalpost and say that she didn't. She did, but I would have done the same, because child, I am an Usher fan. I would have been up in there rubbing the six-pack. Is that right? Absolutely not. I completely agree. So as my husband, as my partner, okay, come to me and let's have a conversation, okay? And if I'm to not conform or agree, then we handle that in private again. Now you have embarrassed her. Now you have literally brought your business out into the public. That's not right. Mr. Ikene, what you were now saying about single mothers, sir, even the way that you were saying baby mama and single mother was absolutely triggering me as a single mother myself, because as Koja has said, it takes two people to make a child. The father is accountable, and as a woman, I'm absolutely accountable for being a single mother. Absolutely, I am accountable, because I'm the one that chose that man to have a child with, and whatever happened. I knew the kind of man that he was at the beginning, and I ignored the signs, and I still went ahead with it. So I have to take accountability for my actions. But now that I am a single mother, don't you dare disrespect single women for being single mothers. You can't change the past. You can't change the fact that she's now a single mother. All she can do is now grow and learn from the experience. If she's going to continue acting in the same way, or not learning from the experience, keep on choosing the same kind of men that she was choosing before, then we can have a conversation about that. But you can't shame a woman for what she has done. Is done. Everyone makes mistakes in life. Everyone has made a decision, maybe with the person that they're with or whatever, that is probably not the right decision for them. But you live and you grow from that. Let's not be out here shaming women for who they are. There's plenty of women who have grown and learned from their relationships, as anyone would, even if they weren't a single parent. That's what happens. Every experience will teach you and will help you grow and to become a better person. So I really did not appreciate you shaming single mothers and detecting the kind of person that they are, or the kind of child that they're going to have. There's statistics, yes, but there's statistics about everything. There's statistics about Black women. There's statistics about whatever, about Black men. Should we now live within those statistics? So we can't become better because there's statistics. So we can't make our children become better because there's statistics about this, that, and the other. Don't push that narrative, because you're actually suppressing us instead of helping us grow, instead of uplifting us, so we can become better as a Black community. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks, Kojo.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask her a question?
You got, if you're going to respond, it's a minute max.
No, I'm not going to respond. No, I'm not going to respond. I'm going to ask her a question.
Go for it. Ask the question.
I'm going to ask her two questions, one at a time. What is your advice to women out there that are not single mothers yet? What's your advice to them to stop them from being a single mother in the future?
That's a very good question. See, this is how we have a constructive conversation. My advice for women out there is the advice that I would give to my younger self: to have a relationship with yourself as a woman, to understand your self-worth and your self-value, to know your boundaries, what to expect, actually the kind of man that you need. What are you bringing to the table? I know people hate that term, but besides just being a woman, besides being beautiful, okay, what qualities do you have that you can give to a man? Because you can't say that you want a man who's healed, who's secure, who's financially stable, if you're not matching that. You're going to match what you exhibit. I used to have toxic tendencies, so it's very likely that I was going to end up with a toxic person, because that's what I had. So I had to heal from that. But if you're not healed, if you don't actually understand what's holding you back and what you have to work on, you're going to keep on attracting the wrong kind of men. So work on yourself.
I have one more question for you. Then I will just make a 10 seconds comment. The next question: what would you advise? That's why I was supposed to have worded the first question. What would you advise women out there not to be a single mother before marriage? What is your advice to them not to be a single mother before marriage?
Not to be a single, well, I think that all that kind of applies, because if you have chosen correctly, if you have chosen the right person, then you're not going to end up as a single parent, because that person is going to have chosen you as well.
Okay.
The reason
Okay.
why, let me finish. The reason why women become single parents sometimes is because the men that they have children with don't choose them as well. So if you are with somebody who chooses you as well, so no matter what happens, whether you have a baby without planning it or whether it's planned, that is, you have chosen each other. You're going to go through life together.
Okay, this is the comment that I'm going to make. I will never stop shaming women from being single mothers. You know why? Because it was shaming that stopped single motherhood from happening for many years. But as soon as that shaming was removed, it becomes a faucet. Now we are creating almost 5,000 single mothers a day globally because the shame was taken away. So we need to bring shame back, both to men and women. We have to shame men for being single fathers, and we have to shame women for being single mothers. That's the only way we can fix this. Because I got to tell you, I will never stop shaming both of them.
Appreciate it, Kenny. Okay. Ludwin, go for it.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to repeat the same content that most of these women have said already about Keke Palmer and Keke Palmer's boyfriend. But I will say this: the Black woman is God, right? And women react based on how the man leads. So you get a different type of person based on who you with. And if the person is a good person, then I'm going to react to become a good person as well, most of the time. However, you cannot lead and also be disrespectful. You cannot lead and also be publicly shaming your woman. That does not work. You already have that point of contention because of that. You have no regularity as a man. So I will not respect you because you don't respect yourself. You demand respect, I give you respect. But if you're acting like a child, I'm going to treat you like a child. And that was very childish of him to go online and publicly act like he doesn't know that he is the man in a relationship. You don't do that. That is childish behavior. So I'm going to treat you like you're a child. Period. You don't do that. Also, I never believed in this relationship from the beginning because I saw that they were not equally yoked in the beginning, period. Because I saw that she was already someone who is much bigger than life than he was. So that dynamic in the household wasn't meant to be, period. And now it's showing. Not even a year later, barely a year later, after she's on the internet posting my man. You can't be posting my man. That's how they're gonna start embarrassing you. Look, she just posted 2 days ago? Man, I love my man so much. Now look, 2 days later, he's out here being embarrassing. Same thing for JT. My man. And now he embarrassed her at the BET Awards. You don't do that. You don't do that. You men be embarrassing. And that's why we're going to treat you like children that you are. Because you stay embarrassing women. The moment y'all stop being embarrassing, we'll stop treating you like children. And that is on Black women being God. Also, I want to address you, Kenneth, specifically. You said two things that I want to make sure I understand, that I'm not tripping. I don't know if you are in the US. I hope you're not, because the US will eat you up. You literally said out your own mouth that the woman between the age of 15 years old to 40, that's when men take you serious. Let me make sure I understand. Are you saying grown men are taking 15-year-old girls serious?
You know what? Let me answer that real quick. You know one thing that makes me laugh about women, right?
Because
women,
it makes it sound.
Kenny, wait.
Okay, I thought she was asking me a question.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
Because by saying 15 years old, it made you sound pedophilic, and we don't do that here in the US. Actually, we shouldn't do that anywhere else at all. So I don't know how you're going to bring up a 15-year-old being the age where a man take her serious. You need to be a grown adult first. So if you want to retract that, it will be in your best behavior to do so. Because you cannot tell me you're going to take a 15-year-old serious. It needs to be an adult age of 18 and up or 21 and up, because that does not come out right. So let me make sure. The question first, are you telling me that grown men should be taking a 15-year-old serious?
Okay, let me answer that question.
No, quick answer, please, as well. Like, we don't need a long one. No long thing.
You know what? One thing that makes me laugh about African women is because our women can be so. No. It's okay. Let me just say this. One thing that I don't like. Okay, let me.
No, because you asked a very direct question. No, I can't let you go around. No, bro. I can't let you go around. I love you, bro, but I can't let you go around. You need to answer the question direct, because she's asking a direct question.
That is what I'm answering her. That's what I'm
because you're
answering.
starting with that. The funny thing about African women, I need you to stop that.
Okay. Let me take that away. Okay, could you please? Let me take that back and say one thing that makes me laugh sometimes is this. Certain time we just want to throw blow very low. I've said this before on many channels, and when I speak to men understand, but when I speak to some of our ladies, they just want to go low. I've said many times, when you have a child, a daughter, at the age of 8, you start teaching your daughter how to cook in the kitchen. Cook in the kitchen. By the age of 10, 12, she must have known how to cook on her own without you assisting her. By the age of 15, a mother should start teaching her daughter how to be a wife. How to be a wife. Because guess what? Men out there, once a woman turns 20, will start coming to marry her. But you have that 5-year window to have taught her how to be a wife. So you prepare your daughter from 15 to 20 on how to be a wife. So that by the time she is above that age, because by the time she turns 25, she should have been married. Once a woman goes above the age of 25, it's difficult for her to start getting a husband, because men are traditional. Most men will take a woman that is between the age of 22 and 25 serious for marriage. Above that, they start thinking that something is not good. Yeah.
Sorry. Ludin, go back to your point. Is that answering your question? If yes or no, you can answer again.
No, like he's moving the goalpost. This is not about training a young girl to become a wife. This particular statistic you said between 15 to 40 that a man takes women serious. So that also implies that men would look at somebody who's 15 years old. Also, anyone that's over 40 are useless. Is that what you're saying?
Let me answer this question, okay? The reason why a lot of our women are single is because you don't listen to men. Men are the ones that buy the goods. We tell you what you want, you deliver the goods how we want it. If you want to force us to buy a goods that we don't want to buy, that's why women from the age of 40 and above are not married by 80%. You know why? Because you guys don't listen. You don't want to listen. You don't want to hear what men are saying. Men have said it so many times and you don't want to listen. That is why in the US you have 56% of men single and childless. You know why? Because 67% of the women are having kids for 16% of the men. They don't want to listen. The 16% of the men is what they listen to, but they don't want to listen to 56% of the men. There are more men married than women in our community because you don't want to listen. It's not my problem if you don't want to listen. It's your problem. I'm married. Most of you are not. Most men here, I go to shows all the time. 90% of the men are married on the show, and 90% of the women are single. So who is doing it right?
Ludin, did he answer your question?
He did not answer the question. He is just being disingenuous. I asked specifically, are you saying that women over 40 are useless because men are not seeing them as serious?
You using the word useless. I'm telling you that men are seeing them as defective.
Kenny, wait. Because I think just ask the question again, Ludwin. Like, Kenny, you have to actually hear the question. and answer the question, because you're answering another question, but she's asking a very direct question. So, Ludin, ask the question again. The question you're
Okay.
asking him, so you can hear it.
You mentioned this about 20 minutes ago because I made sure I rewinded when you said this. Between the age of 15 to 40, you have 25 years for a man to take you serious. Are you saying that any one of you men are looking at women who are between those ages, and anyone over 40 is useless? And why are men looking at 15-year-olds to be their wives?
Okay, let me answer that. Most girls in this country started having kids at the age of 15. Am I correct? Am I
Hey,
correct?
That doesn't make it right.
No,
Because
no,
Kojo, I've tried to
brother.
make her understand, but
Kenny,
she's just trying to
Kenny,
corner me somewhere that she
no,
shouldn't. But guess what?
no,
I'm going to ask her that question. Instead of you allowing your daughter to
where
be
you started,
friendly, no. She's taking it that way, but I'm going to make her look stupid because you know why?
No, we're not trying to make anyone look stupid. No, Kenny, hold
why is she
on,
making
Kenny, hold
people
on.
look stupid? She's not supposed to be doing that. She
Kenny,
know what I said, and she know exactly what I said.
Kenny, hold on.
Come on, man. This is not an
Wait,
issue.
hold on. Kenny,
Let
hold
him
on.
dig his grove, Kojo.
No, because you that's the grave. She's digging the grave that she's gonna fall into. Because guess what? I'm going to hold on a minute. She should have
Kenny,
known better that at the age of 15, you start training your daughter to be a wife. That doesn't mean she's going to marry at the age of 15. She's not going to marry at the age of 16 because anybody that is going to marry a girl 15, 16, or 17 to me is a pedophile in US law. But you as a mother should be teaching your daughter how to be a wife from a very little age.
Kenny, relax. I'm saying relax. I got you. Relax. I'm trying to because I'm trying to get the conversation to a particular point. Okay, so I'm telling you to relax. I got you. Don't worry. What I'm saying to you is the question is very direct. When you start answering by insulting the person, this don't work for me on this channel. I don't like that. Kenny, right? Because I try to foster a space where both men and women can have a real conversation, right? But when you've answered the last 2 or 3 questions by starting off saying that something about women without actually answering the damn question, and that for me is problematic. Because I like conversation to be intellectual and not about having a fight with a person. We're not trying to win. So I want to bring you back. The reason why I asked her to answer the question several times is it was a direct question. All you had to say was, no, that's not my answer. And you didn't do that. Hold on. And you didn't do that. So now it gets to a part where it now looks like you're being disrespectful. And now I'm trying to tell you, listen, bro, this I can't do here because this is not the platform that I'm trying to build. And at the moment, the way you're taking the conversation to is left. Now, this is a really beautiful example because I'm going to use this next week. I'm going to use it next week for sure. Okay? Because now you are proving the point of what we spoke about this in the very beginning. The reason why we're in this conversation 2.5 hours later, an hour and a half later, why we're in this position right now, is because of you. We're in this situation because of you. You have brought the conversation to here. This conversation was never at this point. But because you decided to take the conversation this way, we're now at this point. The conversation has completely gone left. You, as an individual, as a leader, have brought us to this point. This is why we're here at this point now, right?
Kojo,
you have brought us to this point. Hold on. Okay, now I'll let you respond. This conversation was never in this direction, never this energy. But we've taken it here because you decided to take war. And I said to you, listen, you should hold both people accountable. But you've taken it as a civil war against women. And I'm like, bro, this is not it. And the reason why it looks like a civil war is because every time you answer, your first things to say, this is why I find funny about women. When you start that is warring words, sir. We are here because you're trying to war a civil war with women. And it's not a civil war, bro. It's not a civil war.
Okay, Kojo, to answer you, there is somebody by the name Green Oak on your chat room. This is what she said, or he. I don't know if he's a woman or man. This is what this individual said. He said, or she said. He said between 15 to 20, your mother should be teaching you how to be a wife. That's not hard to understand. If somebody on the chat room can get this, I bet you she got it. But she's just gaslighting. That's the thing. because she picked up something and she gaslight with it. And you know what? I've seen both men and women that do this. They will take something, politicians do it a lot. They will take something that they know that that individual is not saying, and they will use it as their talking point just to win arguments, right? Or come out of the discussion as the better person, which doesn't help the discourse. But to them, they don't give a damn as long as they make their point. This individual, Greenock, said what I've been saying, summarized. That what I mean is this. Even my nieces, my uncle had to bend down his head and said to me that it seemed like he screwed up on his daughter. And we had the same discussion. And my uncle didn't take it this bad the way she's making it look like. I've had this discussion with men. We've sat as men and had this discussion. Even with women, have this discussion. My auntie is actually the one that told me this on how to raise daughters, because her daughter today is a cooking genius.
You are not answering the question.
But you know one thing, I've answered this question yes many times. That listen, I've answered this question yes. That a man cannot go.
Kenny. Look, because sometimes you go around, so I need to bring you back. The point was, the question was a clarifier. I asked her to ask the question to you 2 or 3 times, and you had to just clarify it. You didn't want to, because you also were going into war mode. If you feel like she was trying to set you up, hold on. If you feel she was trying to set you up, you should have answered it the way the person put it in the chat, like you just said, like you just did a minute ago. You can do it. You just didn't want to do it. And that's my point.
I've done it many times.
No, Kenny, hold on. No, Kenny, hold on. You intentionally took the conversation left when you know you could have answered straight. That's not the point I'm making. Here's the point I'm making. Instead, you chose to insult, then answer the question, and even kind of answer the question.
Okay. Maybe the insult is what you're talking about, because I think the men here, even the people. Okay. I got you on that one. Let's go.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna move on. Thank you again. I'm gonna move on. All right, Ludwig, finish your points, and then I'm gonna go to the next person. Thank you, Ludwig.
The stress. All right. So I was getting at the fact that when men say that any woman over 40 is basically useless, I displease that, because there is no way my value rests upon me being a maid. Let me tell you this. When men be like, oh, train a woman to be a wife at 15, you know what that means? You are training them to be maids, meaning cooking, cleaning, ironing, taking care of the household, maid-like. Nothing about how to be a good partner, how to be a good communicator, nothing like that. It's usually reserved for household duties on how to train a young 15-year-old girl to be a wife. It's never what really matters in a relationship. And then on top of that, since you were speaking so much about being conservative, why did it take you 10 years to marry this woman that you're currently with? That is to drag her for 10 years of not making her your wife. You are in no room to speak about wife and husband when you have taken this woman 10 years to marry her. It doesn't take you that long to be a serious husband. If you saw the value in her, if she's been quote unquote trained, as you said, to be a wife, you would have married her year 2, year 1. But no, apparently she had to be an intern for 10 years before you see the value in her to be married to her 4 years now. There's no way I would take anything you say serious after you made the statement of how long you've been married. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Kenny, really quickly, to answer a
You
question.
wanted to respond to that?
There's a question in that. Yeah, really quick. I want you to answer it. Please keep it quick.
No problem.
What is the
I'll
reason
real
why
quick.
there was 10 years that you were not married? Just give us an answer for that.
I will answer that
question.
I will answer that real quick. I met my wife in college, right? She came to Dallas to go to school. I met her in college. 2 months of meeting, she went back to California. She stayed in California for 3 years. Came to Dallas briefly again to work, and then went back to California. So in between those times, she was going to school, I was going to school. So I approached her about marriage. She said no, that she doesn't want to get married now because she really wants to graduate, because she promised her grandfather that she wanted to graduate from university, because she's the first child in her family to go to college. And I respected that. But deep down in my heart, I knew I was going to marry her. And then when everything said and done, when the time was right, I went to her father. And then, but then I think I was at the Dallas International Airport. Then I engaged at the airport. On our way to the airport, I proposed to her. She accepted. A year later, I took all my family members who went to California, and we see the whole deal. And then I married her. No, I'm not going to keep somebody's daughter for my own whim. I'm not going to do that because I won't let anybody do that to my sister or my daughter.
So was she free to date in between that time? In between the time of 10 years?
No, she did not date anybody else because she knew, because she believed in me, and I believed in her.
10 years?
For 10 years.
I want to have a quick dialogue with you, all right, man to man, and based upon what you have said yourself, right? So you knew she was the one.
I knew from the 10 years, from the very first day that I said,
the very first time you knew.
Okay,
so you knew from the very, very beginning, right?
Yep.
None of her behavior changed the reason you were going to marry her regardless, right?
I was going to marry her regardless.
So that number one point there kind of contradicts a little bit what you said a little bit earlier on when you said she's interning, because there's no need to intern because you already, like a man, we know. When you meet that person, you already know.
A man knows from the get-go that he's going to marry a woman. But guess what?
So
you still an intern because you can mess it up. A woman can mess it up.
Of course you can mess it up. I know you can mess it up, but I'm saying that kind of just goes back to your point that, listen, if the guy wanted to marry her, he would have married her. He didn't want to marry her. That's it, first and foremost. Number two, I think this other aspect. So 10 years is a very long time, sir. Now, I get it. She might be studying and doing all those kind of things, but you're telling me you couldn't marry her in between that time? You waited 10 years
I think the thing that frustrates me sometimes. Would you
take yourself out of it? If a man came to your daughter and said, I knew I'm going to marry your daughter, and was in a relationship for 10 years.
But are you guys? But did you even listen to what I said?
I'm not being. Okay, listen. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to bring out, because you've brought this information to the foreground so we can understand. I'm not trying to shoot you. I want you to understand the logic of why people
I'm surprised that nobody listened to what I said.
We are listening, but I'm trying to now have a conversation with you. So I'm asking you some questions. So now it's been okay. So you dated for 10 years. You weren't married. You were dating for 10 years, yeah? She was studying. She was, getting her degrees, I'm assuming as well, et cetera, right? She's bettering herself, okay? And I'm saying to you, if a man came to collect your daughter and said, we're dating for, and not even that I said, he was dating for 10 years, at what point in the 10 years would you say, this man is wasting my daughter's time? Since he knows that he wants to marry my daughter, but has been doing it for 10 years, at what point would you say to yourself, he's wasting my daughter's time?
But let me say this to you. If I go to my daughter and say to her, why are you guys not getting married? My daughter tells me that, he wants to get married, but I just want to get these things out of the way before I get married. Is it the man's fault now or my daughter's fault? Because the man wants to marry. I'm telling you, because that's why I said it seemed like you guys didn't listen to what I said.
No, I heard that part. I'm listening to
I went for the first time. She said, wait, let's wait, because I got to finish I got to get my degree. And then she finished that degree and then went to go work. That is why sometimes I get so mad. I said, why did we have to wait these 10 years? I didn't. You knew I didn't want to wait these 10 years. And guess what my wife told me? That's why I tell men all the time, don't listen to women. She came back and blamed me for that.
I mean, that's what my dad said. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, yeah,
blame me for that.
Okay, so
I was like, are you kidding me? Get it to your wedding. Why didn't you do that?
Yeah. So coming back to your point again. So your daughter says to you, all right. So your daughter says to you that she doesn't want to marry, right? She wants to stay with that man for 10 years. Would your advice?
No, not 10 years. No, there was no 10 years agreed. that we didn't agree for 10 years.
Okay.
It extended to 10 years
To 10
until
years.
I said, hell no. We gotta get this done.
At what year did you say no? Oh no, then
it was at the year 9 that I said, no, we have to get this done.
Year nine.
Actually, no, in year 8 because we married at year 9. Yeah, we married at the year 9, not year 10 because 8 years. Yeah, because at the 8 years I said, no, we gotta get it done. And when I bought a ring, in fact, me and my guy when I bought a ring at the market and then came back. In fact, I bought three engagement ring because I bought one which is emergency, and then I went to Nigeria and bought a gold ring, and then went back to Nigeria and bought another one. Then before we got married.
Okay, so let me ask a question, and this is me I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just want to be able to understand the perspective you're coming from. Was there any children before you got wedded?
Not at all.
Okay, that's fair play. There's no kids.
The thing is that I am very traditional, man. I don't want to bring my kids with
respect that.
Before marriage. Yeah,
I respect that. Okay, so 8 years before then, you then obviously said, listen, that's it. I gotta get married, etc., right?
Yeah, because I think it was 2000. We started dating in 2010, and then the engagement was 2018. Then got married 2019. Yeah, it was. Yeah, now I got it. Yeah. That's why I said we've been married for 4 years, but we've been together for 13 years.
Hey, that's what I wanted. I just wanted to just clear that up.
I'll be honest with you, right? Nobody, like, if it wasn't because she kind of, did it that way, right? Man, we already know we're gonna. In fact, I knew I was gonna marry her as soon as she was my customer. I was in college. I was working at a furniture store. She came to buy furniture. I set my eyes on her. I was like, I like this girl. By the time we started talking, I'm like, I'm going to marry this girl. You see what I'm saying? It went that quick. Within few minutes, I already said, this is the woman. That's what I try to tell women. Men know you the one the moment he sees you. But it's you that can screw it up. But they don't want to listen.
I hear what you said, but that don't make no sense. That part, because it's not about screwing it up. Because that man, if he knows he wants to marry her, was going to marry her. Like you knew. you can't. You know what I mean? That's your point. Your point is that you knew from the very jump, right? But she had control of that situation. But anyway, okay, thank you. Let me go to the next caller. Samuel, go for it. Then I'm gonna go to Stacey. Go for it.
Right, I'm gonna be quick because it has been quite long. I'm gonna try and draw it in. And sorry if my internet is moving a little bit shaky. I do apologize. First of all, I wouldn't call you by your first name. I have to call you uncle out of respect. So uncle, there's a lot of things that you said that I agreed with, and there were some things that you said that I disagree with. I'm a Christian. I'm also half Nigerian. My dad is Nigerian, so there is a lot of things that I do get what you're saying. My thing is just coming from the Christian perspective with your views is grace in your message. Grace in your message. I know you said you would shame women and single women and single men, but
I'm a traditionalist, remember, right?
I know, but grace, just grace. Okay, I'm gonna move on from this. I'm gonna move on from it. Please, loud wine. I know that was your view. You said black women are God, but yeah, that doesn't run with me with that at all. All right, going back to the original video of what's this about? Right now, the whole thing with Keke Palmer and can you even call her a baby father? Practically, yes, baby father. I'm gonna speak on Keke Palmer for a bit. Keke Palmer, what she did, if she respected who she is dating, what she did was wrong. And she wasn't cheating or anything, but what she did was wrong on a basis of if she respected him. Now, I'm gonna push that to the side now, and I'm gonna go to the man. Now, you're a hypocrite. I have to put this out there. You're a hypocrite. As a man, when you're looking at a woman, and you want to go and talk to her, you must have known from before the way Keke Palmer or any other woman is dressed from before. Like I say to a lot of guys, when they go on these Instagram baddies and stuff like that, or girls that are basically half naked and they start liking their pictures and stuff like that. You found her like that. Don't expect her to change for you. I always say this to women as well. Don't expect a man to change for you. So men, don't expect the woman to change for you. You found her like that. You like that. What do you think other men like? It's common sense. It's common sense. So as Coach, you made this point earlier before that there must have been a earlier insecurity with the guy. And I genuinely do believe that. I think that he's venting out of the wrong place. Now, what I will say is I'm going to bring a point with what happened years ago with Stephen Curry and Ayesha Curry. Now, Ayesha Curry put out a tweet about Stephen Curry not winning the MVP. Now, I totally hated what Ayesha Curry did, because you were speaking about something that doesn't concern you in your husband's job, first of all. For your husband's job. If anybody should speak about it, he should speak about it. But what I respected that Stephen Curry didn't do was actually go out on the media or go out on any social media and escalate the point or add on to it. Now, I don't know what they've done in the home, but I would like to think that Stephen Curry drew her back a bit and spoke to her about it. What I would actually advise Stephen Curry to do is that draw her back, speak to the family about it, and not just her, but the family about this, and say, this is my job, I'm going to handle this. Now, what I hate, and I hate when women do this, and I hate when men do this, but I'll speak when women do this. I hate when women go and air out their problems and relationship problems on Twitter and stuff like that, so the whole world will know. What do you think I'm going to have the same energy for men? Why are you doing that? What, so that everyone will know about your private life? What you should have done with Kiki is that if you felt that it was wrong, if you felt that you were disrespected, if she was tapping into your insecurities, as a man, lead by example and draw it in the household, in your own private space, so it is kept there. What you just did is that you opened a can of worms so that the whole world can have an opinion on you, on Kiki, and anything else in the family. You shouldn't have done that. And that's my piece.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Go for it, Stace.
Thank you. So I don't like speaking on people's relationship, but I do love the learning opportunities from them. And this is exactly that. So, men, you've heard it before, but I'll say it again. We will follow your lead and accept your correction if you present it the right way. And I think Darius missed the opportunity here to remain, you can say, on his throne, to remain poised, to remain level-headed, which as a woman, we love and respect that, right? And I agree with you, Samuel. This in no way should have been on social media, but I heard Uncle earlier say, well, she did it in public, so it needs to be addressed in public. Okay, so even if you have that mindset, if Darius would have posted, baby, you fine, but come bring that energy home, we would not be having this discussion. In fact, we would have been like, ooh, Kiki got a good one. Kiki got a good one. And guess what? The conversation continues, but it continues in private. And one thing that people don't do in relationships is set the boundaries ahead of time. Communicate ahead of time. Guys, I'm gonna put y'all up on game real quick. We love a man that has vision for us. So imagine the cool points he would have gotten if even prior to this situation, he would have sat down with Kiki and said, you know what? Okay, we're in a new chapter in our relationship. Let's sit down and let's make it clear what the vision for our household is. And if he would have presented her with, baby, this is how I think we should dress. This is how I think we should communicate. This is how I think we should move in general. And they came up with that for their household. And see, when you do this, you get to hold each other accountable for when things don't match up. So Keke gets home and he says, baby, that didn't match the vision. We said we weren't going to do anything that gave the appearance of cheating. That didn't match, baby. She cannot say anything but, baby, you're right. Because we already agreed on these boundaries. And then I want to make a quick point about just the psychology of the chapter that they're in currently. So one thing is, if a relationship is on E, it doesn't take much for it to run out of gas. So they are newer parents. They're getting less sleep. They're frustrated. The romance is on decline. They don't get that quality time they used to get. And so when you bring in this situation, it has the opportunity to blow up. So keep that in mind. And then also, as a new mom, if you're looking at this situation as a new mom, you're cheering her on. Why? Because a new mom knows what it's like to gain all that weight, to lose the beauty that she once had or that she was once familiar with, to have to deal with a new body. Okay, Keke is in a space where she's getting that back. She's out of the house, right? She's getting some free time. And so if you're a new mom, you're like, go ahead, girl. If you're a new dad that's at home with that baby, you're frustrated because you see her having fun, and you see her having fun with Usher. I mean, come on, you know? So think about that as well. And lastly, I'll say that when you prioritize the perception of your position over the correction of the behavior, foolishness can happen. I'll say that again. When you prioritize the perception of your position over the correction of the behavior, foolishness can happen. If Darius sat back and thought, what's more important? That the world has seen me be disrespected, or that I correct my baby and we get back on the right page? And I'll say, because I'm also half Nigerian and Haitian, a lot of African men prioritize perception over correction. So all in all, if you don't get anything from what I just said, practice setting the boundaries before the situation happens. That way, you and your boo can hold each other accountable when things don't match the vision. Thanks.
Love that point, Stage. Love that point. But before you go, Kenny,
Koja,
before you go, Kenny, there's others on the panel. Hold on, Kenny, because we've had quite a few conversations. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
Jeff, go for it. I know you opened your mic earlier on. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, like, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I was gonna say that for Darius on his area, it's almost similar to the whole dynamic between whether it was Sierra and Russell, or Will Smith and Jada, or Stephen Curry and Aisha. When it comes to these different situations, you get what you ask for, and this is for the men. You get what you ask for. If you are with somebody that doesn't respect you in terms of boundaries that are set, that doesn't give you the license now to come up publicly and then just be disrespectful like that. Because yes, you can make the case that Keke was being disrespectful by doing what she was doing with Usher, but that was your idea of non-verbal disrespect. She wasn't verbally disrespectful the way Darius was. You're verbally blasting your woman out like that on social media for people to see, and you're the one that's receiving the backlash all through it. Now, there's the assumption that they haven't had these type of conversations. Who's to say that they have, and yet still he feels slighted and disrespected? So there's a potential chance where they may have already had this conversation already. Still doesn't give Darius the license to do what he did. As a man, you have to hold frame no matter what. It seems unfair, but unfortunately, that is what you signed up for. And this is the assumption that Kiki wanted to be married anyway to begin with. We're talking about with someone where I know that Steve Harvey a long time ago was trying to set Kiki up with multiple men to marry at a particular time, and Kiki rejected all of that. She wants to go her own way, so she has to take responsibility for what she chooses to get herself involved in. That doesn't give other people, in this case Darius, it doesn't give him the license to be disrespectful on a public platform in that kind of way. Whatever issues you have to handle it internally, not externally blasted like that, because now you look like a damn fool. And you cannot have conservative principles when you yourself are not conservative in your mindset. You can't at one point be telling women and policing women, oh, you have to do this, if you never got with her like that to begin with. You have to pick a side. You have to carry yourself as conservative in everything that you do and hold yourself up to those values and find someone who's complementary to that. But you pick someone who clearly was never cut out for that life to begin with, and now you're dealing with the backlash as a result of it. So again, yes, I still say that Kiki should have not done what she did, doing all that entertaining in that kind of way where you're basically touching and doing that sexual pass and all of that kind of stuff, because it looks a certain type of way to a guy who is going to be protective of the relationship. That was wrong. Even if you want to say that, because there are certain etiquettes that you have to practice in relationships. You have to be mindful of the person you're dealing with. Doesn't give the man the license to be disrespectful. But that's all I want to say towards that.
Beautiful. Just want to, at a point of the conversation, I want it to focus now on our good sis Kiki and Darius. So any more points about Akene specifically, or Akene, if you've got any points about women in general, let's keep it mute. It has to be specifically about Kiki Palmer and Darius. I don't want to hear any more of the generalizations that are wild out here. It has to be specific to Kiki and Darius' position.
You want me to comment on the Kiki and Darius position, right?
That's exactly what I want you to do, sir.
No, okay. Look at it this way, right? Like I said before, Kiki is now his baby mama. So whatever she does out there comes back to him. They might not see like that because it's we're in the modern 21st century thing. Men are not modern. Men have conservative mindset, even though they can act stupid and foolish most of the time, right? But the way men reason and the way women reason are not the same. That is one thing that men don't understand, and women also don't understand. That is why you're always going to go for somebody that is of equal yoke with you. It's something that I learned in my 20s. Don't try to save a hoe. Don't ever do that. Both for men or women. Don't try to save a bomb if you're a woman. Don't try to save a bomb. Let him go. If you're a man, don't try to save a hoe. Because guess what? You're going to be disappointed. If you know like, I've been with women before I met I've been with women before I met my wife, right? I've been with many women before I met my wife. But I knew they were marriage material. When I met marriage material, I went for the marriage material because she was marriage material. So I don't want to waste that energy trying to make somebody to go from city girl to housewife. I will never do that. And any man that tries to do that is a fool. And any woman that tries to make a man that is a bum into a husband, you're out of your mind. Because guess what? Once that cookie has left the jar, it's not coming back. When people have experienced certain things in life, they're not going to unexperience it. No, it's not going to happen. It becomes who they are. So if you're dealing with a woman that is a free-spirited woman and you want to make her not free-spirited, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Men should stop lying to themselves. If you want to marry somebody that is a celebrity, she's going to do celebrity stuff. Because Kiki, all her life, we started watching her all the way from Tyler Perry. She grew up, that's being on camera. She's always going to be on camera. I'm sorry.
That's right. I appreciate it, Kenny. Thank you. Anyone else want to have a position? Kiki, talking about Kiki and Darius. Ladies and gentlemen, any other thoughts on Kiki and Darius? Yes, Ludwin. And then Lorraine. Sorry, Ludwin was first. Sorry, Lorraine. Go for Ludwin and then Lorraine.
Okay. How do I say this? Anytime in any relationship where the man is not where they want to be, I will always sense the imbalance. And some relationships might be able to make it work, but it will come to a point where one person will make the decision to leave. I will always revert back to Jay-Z and Beyonce. It takes a strong man to be with Beyonce, right? Because she's already popular. She's already has the renown effect internationally. But Jay-Z also stood his own as well. He has his own popularity. He has his own footing. He has his own businesses. So he is secure in his manhood to be able to be with a woman who is formidable as Beyonce. And in most of these public relationships as celebrities, if the man is not secure where he's at, no matter what woman he chooses, he will always feel some type of way. And getting with someone like Kiki, the reason why I wasn't for it, because I felt like he wasn't in the same level as Kiki was. That can mean career-wise, that can mean money-wise, that can mean popularity-wise. However, she chose not to marry someone in the industry. At least he can also be career-wise on his own merit. But if you have someone who's so popular, who is so accomplished like Kiki, anything that she does in the public might bother you as a man. If you want someone traditional, I'm sure they probably had conversations about being traditional in the household, but coming from us being going through the COVID pandemic, being at home all the time, they probably had that starting point where they were probably always in the house all the time. They probably, hung out and practiced traditionalism in the house. But now that she has to go back outside and work, she has to be public. And for some men, it would be harder to deal with someone who's so public and you don't have a lot going on for yourself. And that is a dynamic most likely doesn't work in any relationship, even as a non-celebrity, as us average people. If the woman is doing a lot more than the man, he may feel, okay, so maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'm not worthy enough to be in this relationship. Maybe I need to find a way to make myself a particular way that I don't feel like I'm not comparing to my woman. And that's something that Darius has to figure out for himself. What does he want to do? Do I want to stay with someone that is in the limelight? Because you cannot change someone from what you met them. They have to change for themselves. So if Kiki says, wake up one day and say, you know what, I no longer want to be in the industry. I want to be at home. But I don't see that because she's now, how do I say this? She's in her rebirth. The woman that we knew before 2020 is not the same Kiki now at all. And becoming a brand new mom, she is now learning how to be a new version of herself. So we can foresee a whole lot more coming from her, especially now that she now owns a what do you call it? Key TV. That's gonna get a lot bigger. And if his success doesn't rise as fast as hers is about to be, there will be contention in our relationship, and that's going to be hard to do. Maybe she doesn't want to get married to him because he's he may not be there where she wants him to be yet. We don't know. This is just hearsay. But in my opinion, I will always feel like they have that contention at this time.
Question, Ludwin, do you think that Kiki did anything wrong in this situation?
Kojo, don't do it. I will always feel the Black woman can do nothing wrong, in my opinion, because the Black woman is God. I will say, if they had the boundaries conversation prior, then I could see how he felt slighted with the way that she was interacting with him. But we don't know that. And he took it upon himself to go online and publicly say his thoughts. However, I personally saw nothing wrong with what she did with Usher, because she wasn't like rubbing up on him. She wasn't like touching his face. She wasn't doing all that. I know what I saw. Don't give me that thing.
One thing Lou gonna do at 3 hour mark, you gonna tell some halves. Are you mad? I love it. She's going down that hill. I hear you.
Can I answer that question?
Before you do Stace, it's Lorraine. Then you can. I'll give it to you after you can answer it. Go for it, Lorraine.
I think that as a woman, if my man was fanboying or whatever over an artist or whatever, I'm not gonna lie to you, I would be annoyed. I would feel some type of way, like act like you've been here before. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would be annoyed, like, you know. So I get it from that point of view, because that's exactly how I would be. So I know it's a bit of like double standards to say that I would behave in that same way if I was to meet Usher, because I would. So I can appreciate the double standards. So there's no decorum, okay, but I would have to ask for forgiveness after with this one. Like, I would have to take the L, make up for it, and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it's right. So that's what I think about that. I think that with Darius, the whole "this is not how you dress as a mom," I feel like that's a bit of a front in terms of like what he actually wanted to say. You are upset because she is acting this way. She's showing this man attention and she's acting in this way in public. You have been embarrassed in front of everybody. She has, you know, shown her life or whatever to Usher, whatever, performance or not. You know, he's a human being. Of course he's going to feel some type of way about it. So I think that's what he was mostly upset about. His ego was bruised because of how she's moving. And so instead of addressing that, actually don't address that. First of all, don't come on the interweb and address that. That's not the right place. But addressing the way that she dresses, I had to go back on Keke Palmer's page to be like, okay, how was she dressing before she had a baby? She was dressing the same. You know, people dress that way when they go into a concert, this, that, and the other. Whether you like it as a man or not, that's a different kind of question. But you know what you signed up for. You moved to her probably when she was in the same dress. Do you get it? Like, you like what she brought to the table. But now that she is now showcasing that to a man and acting that way, now you're using that as an excuse to say that that's not a way. Sorry if you can hear cartoons. Got a little toddler. Now you can't now say, okay, you can't dress like this. That's not what you mean. Like, it's okay for you to be vulnerable and to go to her and to be like, babe, do you know what? I feel some type of way. I don't appreciate you behaving in this way. It's making me feel like this. So for me, it just feels like there's no emotional intelligence to be able, or vulnerability, I guess, to be able to be honest about exactly how you feel about the situation, about exactly what's upsetting you about a situation. It's okay to say that your ego has been bruised, but sometimes I feel like some men are not able to have that conversation. Now you're going to act emotionally, right, off of emotion, and then come on the internet. Bearing in mind, they had a conversation, I believe, a couple of weeks ago where she was talking about there's certain things that she wouldn't bring on the internet. You know who you're with. You know the kind of platform that you're embarrassing her on the whole interweb. Why? You know, right is wrong. Right is right, wrong is wrong. What he did was wrong. What she did was wrong. But you can't. What's it called about? You can't. Two wrongs don't make a right. You know. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Appreciate that. Stacey, go for it. Kenny, hold on, Stacey, please. Kenny, please.
So
Stacey, go for it.
Let me just say, if my man was at a Beyonce, Sierra, Tiana Taylor concert, not only am I okay with it, I'm volunteering him as tribute. Okay, go for it. Have fun. Like, this is not.
Is that if you're there, Stace?
Say it again.
Is that if you're there? So let's.
Oh no, either way.
Is that if you're there?
Way.
So if you're not there, you be rooting for me.
If I'm not there, you better record it so I can see it. And if you don't make the most of the situation, I'm going to be like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? But I'll go back to what I said earlier. If your relationship is on E, it doesn't take much for it to run out of gas. This is why it's important to make healthy deposits into your spouse's love bank and your partner's love bank. When you make those good deposits, then they can afford a little withdrawal. You know what I mean? So yeah, I look at this. Would I wear her outfit? No. But do I think that there was something wrong with the situation? Absolutely not. Especially if it were not discussed, that vision and boundary conversation.
I hear that. Jeff, and then Sam, I know you want to respond to this. What do you think?
I just want to ask to Stacey, is it the fact that you are with a celebrity that you're allowing this past? I'm just really curious. Is that what you're saying? So it's like the Ushers or the Rihannas or the Chris Browns of the world, just because I'm with a celebrity, right? I'm willing to have a little bit of fun with them, irrespective of the fact that I'm in a relationship. I'm different. I can't do that. I don't understand it. I'm curious.
I get it.
Let me go the whole way.
I get it, and I understand your question. I would say yes. It's an opportunity where this is not something that happens every day. Now, if we are in a lounge somewhere and we're out, the same rules do not apply. They do not apply. And this is not something to where, like I said, you're doing this all the time with a bunch of different people. This is, you're at a concert. Someone comes up to you. I don't feel threatened by it. I think it's just, wow, that happened. I think it's a nice story. Now, if you have a history of cheating, you have a history of disrespecting me, then we're talking about something different. But if we're talking about two in a healthy relationship where both people are making those healthy deposits into that love bank, I personally do not see anything wrong with it.
Whoa.
Okay. Go for it, Jeff. Yeah, you got your answer now. Go for it.
Healthy deposits. I'm having a healthy deposit.
A healthy deposit. That's what I'm saying. I tell you, there is no morals, man. No morals anymore.
With the significant other, and I got some third-party loaner coming into the situation. Wow. I don't know.
I can't even believe what came out of those mouths, man.
Hold on, Ken. Let Jeff do what he's doing.
No, I don't know.
Go for Jeff.
I don't think. I mean, I get it. I get it because it's a fun thing. It's a fun activity. I think it's just this. I think it's just the celebrity stardom. I understand. Look, if it was taking an autograph, Okay, I've been able to take a photograph, I've been able to take a picture of a celebrity. I'm saying, oh, I've been able to do this with it. But when it comes down to, you know, having fun, it's just the boundaries, though, irrespective of the fact that, because I wouldn't want to do it. If I respect my wife so much, yeah, if I'm in a relationship, I'm not going to put myself in a situation here where I'm going to do something that could potentially jeopardize the emotional security, irrespective of no matter what level a person is at. If it's celebrity, that's just me. That's just me. But hey, do you?
Let's go to Sam. Sam, I heard from you. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't mind. You know, I hear what you say. Says I'm with you, babe. You know, let me touch up on some of these women because I ain't gonna never see them again.
So Joe, real quick, can you play the video?
Which video? The video? What the situation? Yeah, after the time I'll play it for you. Then.
Okay.
Yeah, after the time I'll play it for you.
All right, cool. I'll be quick so you can play the video. Personally for me, well, I'll say this: everyone's different. I mean, Stacey said what she said, and if that's with her, that's with her and her partner and whatnot. Other people might not agree with it. Other people will agree with it. That's cool. Personally, for me, hell no. that's happening. It's so funny actually that there was a story that came out. I think this is when Chris Brown came to London, and I remember he brought a girl on the stage and he started dancing on her. Now there was a report that came out that girl had a boyfriend. So there was this whole debate of was she wrong in doing what she did and stuff like that. There was another report that came out that the boyfriend actually dumped her and walked away, which I was like, well, if that's good for you, like getting up and leave, because I believe she overstepped a boundary. For me, when it comes to it, I'm the type of guy where it's a thing where when it comes to a celebrity or anything, I don't raise people higher than what they should. They should. So anytime I see a celebrity, it's more of like I respect what you do, and we just keep it moving like that. Now other people are not like that. I hear it. When it comes down to it, even if I see somebody a beautiful celebrity, like I say, who do I like? Jada Kingdom. I don't know if anyone knows about her, or Thames. The beautiful women. If I have a partner, I have her at the back of my mind. So I will do everything I will do in my power to respect the boundaries that we stated before and what my morals is as a man myself. Do you get what I'm saying? So anything beyond that, I'm crossing the line. Anything beyond that, I'm crossing the line. So to bring it back to Darius, what I believe that he should do, and both Kiki, Palmer, and him should do, is regroup, reset, think about the vision that they feel like they have together. If it doesn't align, walk away. Now I know that it's a little bit difficult because they have kids, and it always makes it difficult because you've got basically you've birthed you practically into this world. But what you need for the better of yourself and even for your kids as well, you need to have a conversation about your boundaries. If your boundaries are not aligning with each other, if your visions are not aligning with each other, walk away from the situation, Darius, and do not spill out your whole business online.
Who hasn't spoken on this answer this question yet? Kathy, I haven't heard from you for a little while. What's your thoughts? Kiki wrong? I mean, ask that kind of question.
I think she's wrong. For me personally, I think it's because of my brothers, cousins, and how they always say a woman should carry themselves. Me personally, if I'm in a relationship, I'm not going to be dancing up on a man. I'm pretty much confident in myself. I don't want the man that I'm with out there doing the same thing too. Like, so pretty much I'm going to respect my man. If I'm in a relationship, I'm going to conduct myself as I'm in a relationship. If I'm single, I'm going to conduct myself as I'm single. But if I'm in a relationship, especially nowadays with cameras and everyone is filming, nah, I'm not trying to get caught out there in some scandal. No. And I will hope that the guy I'm with will respect me the same way. I mean, I don't have no judgment. I mean, she's having a good time. She seemed like she was just happy to be dancing with Usher. Like, I honestly didn't find anything wrong with what she did. I don't have no judgment. I really just have more of an issue with how Darius moved forward. He just was moving mad by posting and blasting his baby mama, whatever it is, on social media. That's my concern. Have that conversation in the background. Set your boundaries for the next time around, or go separate ways. That's how I feel. Kenny, you have something to say about that? Am I wrong?
No, he's not going to say anything yet because I got to play the video. So, and I need to get other people in the conversation as well before we do get to that point. So, you guys want to see the video before we continue? So, I'm going to play the video. Hopefully, my internet stays strong because my internet be moving absolutely wickedest and the maddest. Okay. This is the video, guys. Okay, I'll play a bit of sound, but I can't play too much because copyright things. But here we go. Gotta mute it there. Sorry, guys, because of audio. It's a gentle sway. She's singing along. It's nice. It's here. Her hand here is on the shoulder, rubbing herself, and then she gives a little tushy tush, dush dush. Have a little look. Okay.
Can I say something? It looks like a video. And they always perform in videos like that.
That's what I saw.
Hold on. Someone's calling me. Wait. No. I don't know. Who else has spoken? I haven't asked anybody.
This is surprising because this is
Lulu hasn't gone yet. Hold on. Lulu and T hasn't gone yet. So Lulu, go for it first and then we'll get T in. Go for it.
I agree. What I saw was a performance, which you saw at the end with that little bounce up and down, giddy giggle. That was her fangirling. When she spun around, showed him the dress, did her little move. That was her in her performer bag. Just, oh, I'm Kiki. Look at me in the audience. The spotlight's on. She did a little something for the people. Then she giggled like a fangirl, sat down and continued to have her cranberry and vodka. That's what I saw. Also, we have to discuss, she's not at a women's conference here. She's in Las Vegas. And I know we've got several like international people here. Vegas, that's how you dress when you go to Vegas with your friends. You go out, it's very party energy. It's very that atmosphere. Like if you have a problem with that kind of atmosphere, you don't go to Vegas. If you have a problem with that kind of dress, you don't go to Vegas. If you're going to be the prude friend who, oh, I'm in a relationship, you probably should have stayed home and not gone to Vegas. So I think, she was in an atmosphere to do such a thing. There's a time and a place for everything. And she was at an Usher concert out with her girls' night, and she was dressed appropriately and acting appropriately. That's what I think. And I'm married, and I didn't wait 10 years to do so. Thank you.
No, that was cheeky, Lulu. That was cheeky. No cuts here, please. I don't want to see that anymore.
Yeah. You're married, and you didn't wait 10 years to do this. But
that was inappropriate, Lulu. We've gone past that.
I apologize. Although
no.
That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No. Once you apologize,
No, he has been throwing that in these women's faces about being a single mother and about not being in relationships as if it's a badge of honor to be selected by a man. That's not, I'm not okay with that, and I don't agree. And I've been married longer than him and in a relationship longer than him. He gave it to Cassie. He gave it to Lorraine.
Hold on. Let me just hold on. Listen, I said we moved past that point. I didn't want to go back to that point. I told everybody we're sticking to Kiki and Palmer. Once you apologize, you should have left that at that, Lulu. There was no more to be said. Because once you talk about anything else after, the apology is now mute. So you've apologized. Ekene, she's sorry. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to go back over that nonsense. Like, let's not go there. Do you know what I mean? No shots, no shades. Let's just stay on topic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to go there, right? Tea with Mercy, go on. Talk to me.
Okay. So Lorraine basically said everything I wanted to say. So I'm just going to add on to it. Personally, I think that it's important to understand that you cannot change a person. Like, you can't change a person. So you need to know, like, who you're getting with. So if you're getting with a guy who seems possessive, not possessive in a nasty way, but he's got a bit of an ego. I think Darius got a bit of an ego. He's a bit possessive over his woman. Then she needs to have the emotional intelligence to know that, okay, maybe I shouldn't get as close to Usher. Did she do anything wrong? Personally, I don't think she did anything wrong. I think the only thing she did wrong, though, was not understand how it could make Darius feel. So if she really understood her man, she would know that, okay, maybe, I could act differently. Darius, I don't think Darius did. I think Darius is okay to voice his opinion, but I think it's something that you don't make publicly. I think the fact that he made it publicly is you don't take things like that outside. You know what I mean? Especially when she's a public figure. It's like, you need to be like a man to be just to handle it within himself and just be like, I'm gonna have a word with her and just let her know this is not understandable. However, he did know who he was getting with. She's always been like this. She's dressed worse than that in the past. So I don't think it's about the dressing. I think it's just about the fact that he couldn't take it. His ego couldn't take it. Like, I think Ekene said something about like men are wired differently, and I agree with that. I do think men, the ego, like for example, what's happening in Love Island, like once the ego's there, they just can't take it. So I do get it. So I just think, yeah, that's really my point, really. I think like it's just another thing is just communication, and they need to communicate better. Like, unfollowing each other on social media just means like they have, one, lack of communication, and two, lack of emotional intelligence. Kiki should know better and just be like, and it's okay, like we're all humans, so obviously we're gonna maybe she just made a mistake of not understanding how he could perceive it, but there should have been a communication within themselves in closed doors about what how to deal with it better. But yeah, so I think me personally, I think they're both in the wrong, because I'm not a guy, but I can understand how a guy's ego could be bruised, so it's just the way it is, isn't it? Also, I'm not like talking about Ekene, but I do want to add, this is literally the only reason I came on here, but don't worry, it's not going to be negative. I just want to add on to something.
If it's addressing Ekene, I don't want to hear it. I'll be honest with you. I said
fine.
no. So if it's addressing Ekene specifically,
that's it's not
addressing.
No, it's not that. It's like, but the conversation is divulging, and I don't want to divulge. We've done 2.5 hours of it. So if it's Kiki and Palmer and Darius, then fantastic. If it's due for Ekene, I don't want to hear it, because it's going to divulge into the wrong place in the conversation.
Okay, that's fine. There's no point in me saying it then. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. No worries, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Listen, because we're at a part of the conversation where guys now, and I want to just be able to keep it on Kiki Palmer and Darius now, right? Because we've done like an hour and a half, 2 hours almost addressing the Kenny situation, and there's no point, you know what I mean? So if we're focused on that, right? So Kenny had a point. If it's not to do with Kiki Palmer and thing, I will mute you because I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want it to be specific about Kiki Palmer and Darius.
You can be muting your big brother, bro. I'm going to stick to that. I'm going to respect your channel.
Thank you.
The thing is this, right? Because I do have channel too, so I'm going to respect your channel. The thing about it is this, right? Was she the first? I would say the half clip. There is nothing wrong about that. You see what I'm saying? Nothing wrong about the first half clip. The second half, when she turned around, that's disrespect. You see what I'm saying? Because she has tongue on, her body's revealing. Even though she might have inner clothing, you see what I'm saying? But the inner clothing matches her skin color, so people cannot be able to differentiate that. Because a lot of people wear those kind of clothes, especially celebrities, when they go to red carpet. Everything is optics. Everything is optics. I understand that she might not know that, but as a celebrity that is always on camera, she knows that everything is optics. I don't see anything wrong about the first half of the video, but it's just when she turned around, that's where I think that's where I took the guy's place, that everything went AWOL. She shouldn't have turned and then jiggle her butt like that, because men see their ways. That's men see their credibility from the accolades that they receive from other men, not from women, because that's one thing that a lot of our women don't understand. The men don't need women to tell them that, oh, you got a good one. No, they need other men. When we buy a car, we want men to praise us. When we have a girlfriend, we want men to talk about our girlfriend and say, hey, you got a good one. It's all about impressing other men. So if men are talking, he's listening. If women are talking, he's not going to listen when other men are talking in the negative. So it all comes down to what men are saying. That's it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Question that they're asking now is that whether Usher needs to take any responsibility in regards to the fact that he obviously initiated the embrace, the hold, everything like that. Does Usher need to take some responsibility or accountability here? And I'll just say that, first and foremost, ladies in the chat want to hold you accountable, because everyone, you told me that everything's a performance. So I don't know how we turn this around on Usher, because apparently he's performing, but hey, go for it, Sam.
Thank you, Kojo.
Oh, you're gonna say? I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh no! I'll quickly say something.
Go for it.
There's a great example of, I saw a video, basketball game. Jay-Z and Beyonce was at the basketball game. I think the game was finished, and J. Cole comes up to Beyonce and Jay-Z, and what J. Cole does, out of respect of Jay-Z, he doesn't hug her. He just gives, I think he gives her a light dap or a spud, and then moves on to Jay-Z. Now, personally, for me, as soon as I know that a guy has a wife or has a girlfriend, that is a no-go zone for me. She's automatically not attractive to me, not in the sense of her looks, but because that is somebody else's partner or wife. For me personally, when it comes to Usher, I don't really like Usher personally myself. if you actually speak to me about him, so he's kind of like in my mind where I don't really associate my personal time with or think about. But yes, he does need to hold respect. If he's a married man, he needs to hold responsibility. Yes, it is a performance, but I'm not gonna lie to you. You need to tone that down a lot because you're dealing with other people wives here. So I'll just go to that example of what J. Cole did with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Jay-Z is technically kind of J. Cole's boss since he signed him. So you would respect your boss's wife. It's not just a matter of this is a man and I know this man and woman are married. I think there's a little bit more respect or hierarchy on that ladder. So there is that for J. Cole in that example.
I would say for the example, I'm not actually putting it with exactly what you said. I'm just saying as an example of, if you just look at it like that, and then I brought myself into it, what I do when I know that a woman has a partner or has a husband. So that's I get what you're saying, but it was just like, I'm just showing like a visual example of what a man who respects.
But it is in its, so what you're saying, I think also has a point to it, because I think there's a lot of men that would give reverence to Beyonce because Jay-Z is who he is, but they would disrespect another man's woman because that man's not Jay-Z. So I think there is something to be said for that idea as well. And I think it's great, Samuel, that you would give reverence to any man's woman, but there's a lot of men that'll put respect on Jay-Z's name, but look at her man and still do something in front of him because they don't have that same status.
The thing about it is this, right? Most men, very few men, right? Very few men are very disrespectful to other. Coach, I think you're mute. Very few men are very
I was gonna say, Kenny, hold
disrespectful.
on before you go any further, because I want to get
Okay,
everyone else in that,
okay,
because I've got you
okay.
before. I want to get everyone else in as well. I'll come
I
back
was
to
just
you
gonna
though.
say one more thing. I was just gonna say one more thing and then just move it on.
And then Ludo will
Yeah,
go
no.
next.
So,
Yeah.
Ludi, yeah, actually, your point is actually very true. I was just going on a surface level with it, but if you actually go deep into it, when it comes to LeBron James and Savannah, when it comes to Stephen Curry and Aisha, when it comes to Jay-Z and Beyonce, because of the level of respect that they men have for these three guys that I've mentioned, they will come and approach their wives differently, if you get what I'm saying. So yeah, I get that point. And there's a lot of men that, depending on who you respect, will treat their wives in the way that they have a perception or respect the husband, or the level that they respect the husband. But yeah, just on a general level, for me, that's what I think.
And just to add from a male perspective, and I'll go to Ludo Alpha. I think as men, we do actually try to show as much respect to another man in the behaviors that we elicit, right? So when it comes to and I think women and men may be slightly different in the way they move, because we as men move territorially, right? So like as a man, I don't try to step on your toes. I don't try to come in your territory. It goes back to the conversation we had yesterday about men taking up space. We take up space to a point that we meet another boundary. I'm not gonna try and I'm gonna be as respectful as I can to you. So if that means maybe, and you don't, depends what certain men are comfortable with. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're not comfortable with me hugging your girl, I'm not gonna fight you, bro. That's not my business, bro. That's your girl. You understand what I'm saying to you? Like that's your girl. You're responsible for her, so it's not my business. I'm gonna just go give it a handshake and move. Now, depending if I have a relationship with that person, I might be like, bro, okay, I might give her a hug or whatever. And I'm even when I'm giving a hug, I'm very conscious about what kind of hugs I give to man's girls. Yeah, you're getting straight hip all day, every day. Yeah, you get a hip in just what you get. You get in my hip and some shoulder, and you get in that little roundhouse around it. That's what you getting from me, right? My hands are never going to go on. I don't do hands around the waist. I don't do hands that are lower than the neck. The reason being is because to other men, it's fight and talk. Now, for women, it might be slightly different for them, or maybe they can agree with that. But for us as men, if I do that to another man's girl, what I'm actually saying is I don't have respect for you. And I genuinely don't have respect for you, because this is the woman that you said that you love, and I don't mind putting my hands on her. You know what I mean? I don't mind it coming into your territory and raiding the riches and the treasures that you have in this kingdom. No, and that's how it ends up being a war between two people, because now you've disrespected that person. I remember this is my last point. I'll go to Ludwig. I remember one time, and to be honest, that guy wasn't wrong. I don't give a heck. But anyway, I mean, one time, and he was crazy for this. I don't propose this for anybody in the relationship. But one of my guys that I knew back in the day, I remember he walked into the gymnasium when they were playing basketball, and it was like a crowded day in it, and his girl walked past with him, right? And I said to him, bro, I like did my head up, like, yo, bro, what's good? You good? And he said, yeah, it's good, right? And the girl looked at me, but then she went and sat down. Then she got up, and when she walked past, she caught my eye. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wasn't trying to catch her eye, but when you're walking right in front of my eye line, you're right in my eye line. Do you know what I'm saying to you? That's all that happened, you know. That she walked past and it looked like he caught my eye line. I said, I did that, you know. I did that. Kept it moving, nothing else. This Negro came and dragged me outside the gymnasium and was like, "But I will kill you if you even look this way." I said, "Negro, what am I? What have I done, bro?" Now, of course, I'm not saying that that's a sensible or a healthy boundary in terms of doing that, but I'm just kind of giving an example about how men are very territorial. Now, I don't expect anyone, that's not healthy for me. If you're going to start trying to kill people because a girl looked in a direction and that was all that happened, that's unhealthy. I'm not saying that's healthy at all. I'm not praising that and I'm not accepting that. What I am saying is, though, is another indication of how, as men, they are territorial in
We can't hear you anymore.
We can't hear you anymore.
Oh, sorry about that. My mic went. Ludwig, go for it.
Okay. How do I say this without being chaotic? There's a lot of insecurities talking on this stage, and it's giving. I need to work on my insecurities versus trying to make a woman feel bad for a hug. You got to be a special man to have an issue with a hug. Something is wrong for you to have an issue with a twirl and a hug. Are we living in the 30s? Are we serious? This is a show. The man is singing a song to a woman that has a group of homegirls on stage.
She belonged to the street.
Yeah. Darius and Kiki. All right. This is a show. This girl got a VIP section on stage in Las Vegas. This is a girls' weekend. I'm out with my rounds. Girls' weekend. Okay? This man come on stage. We all know Keke Palmer is the little sister of everybody in Hollywood. Okay? They respect this girl. We have not, in her 29 years of life, heard anything wrong that Kiki has done in Hollywood. Okay? They respect this girl. She is not a city girl. This is a grown woman who the industry respects. She saw this man that she probably already knows and give a hug like a friend. Oh, hey, friend. It's so good to see you. She give him a hug as if they're friends. It's not even pelvis to pelvis. They're not touching genitals to genitals, okay? It's the side hip, like Koja was saying. She stays on the side and moving along with the song. And when the part of the song needed for her to show off, she showed off her beautiful body. It's a twirl. It's a 30-second clip. What are we talking about? The girl twirled to show confidence, and then she went back to her friends and acting like a fan. Are we serious? Is this your kings? Make it make sense. Are we that insecure in your manhood to have an issue with a hug and a spin? Are we serious? Are you mad? Are you that insecure to have an issue with a hug and a little twirl? So now women can't twirl because a sheer part of my booty is showing out. Make it make sense. The dress is long to her foot, literally down to her ankles. She's wearing a shaper. Shapers, I don't know if you know, men, shapers don't cover your whole entire cheeks. Do you know that? Do you know that?
That does it.
Do you know shapers do not cover?
Man, this girl is killing me, man.
Fighting words. So, okay, you want to go there? All right. I didn't want to be messy today, but you've brought the out of me today.
She's killing me, man.
So,
whoa!
You keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. If it is your man out there, beautiful celebrity girl, let's say she's Rihanna or Beyonce, and they're doing a duet together, and a hug turns into a little action of touching and stuff like that, would you keep the same energy when now Beyonce is, doing a nice little twirl, showing all her good, doing all her goods and her assets? Would you keep the same energy for the man? Because you got all this smoke right now for us right now. Would you keep the same energy? Please tell me.
Yes, I would.
They're requesting
oh
you.
My goodness, man.
They would. I know they would. And I believe them. No, I believe them. I do believe them. Ludwig, would you keep the same energy? I believe she would.
When you get home, she will not keep the same energy. When she gets home, she will flip even from the car. She will be cussing you out. She will be cussing you out from the car all the way to the house. She will be going ballistic.
Not only would I keep the same energy, but when you get home, I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, baby, I noticed you looking at her like that. What did you like that she did?
States, I need you to DM me. No, States, I need you to DM me because DM me. Come into my office. What?
I already DM'd
Continue.
you. But but no, really, guys, Because
Really?
this is
Continue.
serious. This is serious. And I don't think it's as much as about insecurity as it is that, listen, if we want mature relationships in our community, we have to do mature things. The mature thing to do is to set those boundaries. If your boo is going on a bachelor weekend trip or Vegas, don't you think a conversation needs to be had? And it's not about the person trying to be controlling. It's about, let's get on the same page so we can avoid these mishaps. What outfits are you wearing? How late are you staying out? What's appropriate? Oh, you're going to a show. These are the conversations, if we want mature relationships, that we have to have. And then I'll say, like, y'all don't want to hear me, but listen, your partner's always going to be attracted to somebody else, right? So instead of trying to avoid that, why don't you dig into it? What do you like about the outfit she has on? Is it the boots? Is it this? Get into your partner's mind, and that way maybe you guys can grow even deeper in love by removing the insecurity, by removing the jealousy, and giving your partner freedom to express themselves.
But Stacey, I need to ask this question. Why is it always specifically insecurity? I want to know specifically, because if I have a respect for someone in regards to boundaries, why does that make me an insecure person? If I'm saying, you know what, personally, as someone who carries himself, maybe I dress unassuming, I don't do particular things because I don't want to, put the jeopardy of the emotional security of my life in question because I'm having someone who's of a like mind. Why does that make me a secure person? I just want to know.
It doesn't, sweetie. It doesn't. But the boundaries conversation allows for us to talk through any possible insecurities so they don't come out on the other side after the situation has already happened. I don't agree that insecurity is the right word. I just think that we need to be more mature in setting these boundaries and having these tougher conversations beforehand. At work, there's a handbook. If you're in a relationship, I believe you and that person should also have a handbook. Don't just let the situation happen and you're always reacting.
Kojo, can I ask Stacey a question?
Wait, before you go, Sam has been waiting, so that's why I'm going, and you can go after. Sam, go for it.
Sorry, just real quick. Stacey, I actually do agree with the first part of what you said. It's actually what I said from before about the conversation before and setting the boundaries. This is where a lot of problems, not all problems, but a lot of problems will be resolved from that first conversation of what you're doing and stuff like that. What your boundary is and stuff, something like that. My only disagreement is with the whole thing about you asking your partner, oh, what was it that you saw in the other woman or the man that you liked? That I can't get with. And the only reason why I can't get with it is because it's comparison now. And I always say this, comparison is a thief of joy. I'm not going to ask my woman what you saw in that man, because now if I'm going to take that on, it's because, or not because of me, it's because you saw that with the other man. So I'm going to implement that for myself instead of actually being me. That's the only thing I would say.
Sam, baby, you're robbing yourself. Let me say this. I heard someone use the analogy, being married is like only being able to shop in one grocery store for the rest of your life. If you can only come to my grocery store, then baby, best believe I'm going to provide what you need. Okay? So if you see it somewhere else, then let me figure out how to put it on my shelf. You feel me?
Or
Kenny, wait, we go. Kenny wants to go. Hold on, and you can go after.
You see, stuff like that is. You see, when you start bringing foreign objects into your mind, your body is going to reject it. You see what I'm saying? If a surgeon forgets a scissors in your body is going to reject it. When you start introducing something else into your relationship, that relationship is heading towards. I'm coming, Stacey. It's heading towards disaster. The thing is this: you might not listen to men. That's okay. But that's why we have a lot of breakup, divorces going on, because somebody's not listening to the other person. It goes both ways, men or women. Men think that they can fix someone. Women think they can fix someone. That's why it doesn't go like that. But I got to ask you a question, Stacey. If your man says, "Oh, it's okay with me, it's okay with you hugging somebody, but it's not okay with you wearing revealing clothes outside or twerking to a man," like Kiki Pamela did, because I think you are focusing on the hug. But most people, both on the chat room, are not focusing on the hug. They're focusing on the after the hug. That's where everybody's focused. But you're bringing it back to the hug, which we don't have a problem with. We've said it, all of us here agree there is no problem with the hug. But you don't want to discuss it after the hug. So my question to you is this. What's your opinion of after the hug? And then if your man, after you've had that conversation with him, says to you, "I'm not okay with you dressing certain way to the outside the house or to the public and twerking to other men," what will be your opinion on those two or multiple questions?
So first, let me say that I personally am not comfortable dressing the way that she dressed that night. But two, I'm able to remove myself from the situation and kind of generalize the situation. And what I mean by that is whatever works in your household. My whole point is that you need to talk about it and make the handbook for your relationship. Now, if she has gone against the handbook that has already been established, it's a whole nother conversation. Then you have to sit down and you have to hold her accountable. You have to have that discussion. But to just look at that video and say, "Oh no, she's wrong," I don't think that that is fair, because we don't know the handbook of their relationship.
Yes, we don't know the handbook of the relationship, but guess what? There is a handbook of the relationship. His reaction is the handbook. He stated he doesn't like what happened, or he didn't like what happened. That tells you somebody got cut off the line that was drawn. So there was a line drawn that somebody crossed, and he was trying to bring her back to the line, and she don't want to hear it. Then he went public. So yes, there is a handbook, and yes, there is a communication on the handbook, and yes, there is a reaction to the stubbornness, to the communication.
It kind of sounds like they didn't have a handbook on this. Me
You're gonna
personally,
decide.
but
You're
we
not
never
gonna.
know.
You're never gonna agree to that. That's okay.
I like it. Listen, sometimes we're not going to agree, and that's okay. We're exchanging points, so I like what you're saying. Okay.
Can I really quick though say, because I think it was you, Sam, who said that you can't see the benefit of asking your partner, "What did you like about something?" There's so much power in that. There's so much security in that. There's so many growth opportunities in that. I think that a lot of relationships fail because we're afraid to do that. Why wouldn't I want to know what you like? If I'm trying to be in this thing for the long run with someone, their attraction is always evolving. The things that they like is always evolving. Why wouldn't I want to know that? I don't feel threatened by my man telling me, "I like those boots. I want to see you with those on." Why is that negative?
Can I answer that quickly? Sorry. Can I just answer that? I think it's very important to understand that absolutely, Stacey, we evolve as people, and there's nothing wrong in understanding people's interests and needs, that they're going to change, spice things up. But I think it's important to understand that when you're talking to a man, it's completely different. Men don't like to be compared to other men. You can't bring another man into to be like, "Oh, I like the way that this man does this. Can you now do that?" We can have a conversation to express what your needs are separate from what another man is doing. You can say that, "Babes, you know what? This is what turns me on." Or like, "I would really like if you do A, B, C, D," based on what you want as a woman, and not putting that on another man, because now in his mind, all he's thinking about is what another man's doing. You don't want to put him in a position where he's now comparing himself to another man. Unfortunately, men do think that way, but we should absolutely be expressing what we want. Even a man should be doing that to a woman, because that's how we keep the excitement going, and that's how we grow and evolve together, because people are going to grow and they're going to change. But it's in the way that you do that while you're still not emasculating the man, in my humble opinion. I also want to touch on the question about whether Usher had a role to play in this. He doesn't. It's his show, and he is performing. He is utilizing this as a viral moment. Kiki is pop culture. She's at the show. He knows that he's going to get views by interacting with her. The only person that had responsibility there is Kiki, because she's the one that's in the relationship. So she needs to know the boundaries that she has within her relationship. If they're cool to be doing that, fine. But if she knows her man would have a problem with doing that, then she probably would have to think twice. Like I mentioned before, personally, I'm going to ask for forgiveness later, even if I know. Like, I know that's wrong, but that's what I would do. The only person that would have a responsibility in that situation would be Kiki. Darius, they live together, I presume. So he saw her walk out with that dress on. So why are you going to come on the interweb and be like, I don't like the way that you're dressing? You saw me leave the house. So why is this now a conversation? Read the room. This is not the time and the place. Talk the things. Talk about what's really upsetting you. I've mentioned this before. That's not what upsetting you, because you like the way that she dresses. She's just like a baddie. You like a baddie. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know she was going to wear that to the concert. Like, come on now.
100%. Listen, I'm 100% with you, Lorraine. I think you smacked it, and I will see. I think 100%. If he's living with her, and I think Sam mentioned this earlier on as well, like, you don't get to complain if that's the girl that you met, that's the girl that you got. You know what I mean? So that part, I would agree that part can be seen as insecurity. That part. If you know that it's the girl that you met and you try to change that, then that could be insecurity. You know what I mean? So then I wouldn't argue with that aspect. Like, there is no, if that's how you met that person, you can't now come and say, I expect you to behave differently, right?
Kojo, I think that's not correct, because remember, she was in Vegas. So he didn't know she was dressing, going out like that. He wasn't in the same city with her. So she was in Vegas. He wasn't in Vegas.
But that's how she dressed before. And I saw some pictures on Twitter. That's actually how she dressed before. She had her arse cheeks out. She had like, she's a really calm person, but there's times where she will dress to the nines. I'm talking about, like some stockings, some booty out, like, so this is not new. You knew this person from before, right? So if you then try to change that person, you are the one that is in the wrong, because that's what you had before. You know what I mean? So I think that's an important point to make. You know what I mean? I think that if you want to label anything insecurity, it's that part. But I think what the part that as men we're talking about, where she spins around, I don't think that's insecurity. I think that personally, that's to do with personal boundaries. Not every man will be upset by that. Some men are cool like that. Some man like that kind of thing there. As Stace was kind of saying, like, you be okay with it. Some men actually might be cool with it. The majority of men, I think, probably be like, look, babe, let's not do that again. Like, spinning around for Usher like that, that's not my thing, right? But you let it and you move forward. Now, coming on the internet for me is mad. I just wouldn't come on the internet. One, that's embarrassing to me. That's there's no shame or no class. I'm not gonna embarrass myself by coming on the internet and tweeting about it and quote tweeting. Do you know what I mean? If you felt like Usher is making you feel some way by the fact that you dress up, you now look more like a dickhead. Like, you now look like a punk. I'm not gonna lie to you. Other man, if there are hunters out there, they're looking at it like, this punk out here done got himself stressed enough to quote tweet Usher on Twitter. You think I'm not going to come for your girl after that? You're moving mad. Of course I'm going to come for your girl. I'm going to be like, and I'm going to mention it. Like, remember that moment that when he did that? That was not cool, man, when he did that. Like, like, I don't want to see that from you ever again. Like, you've opened up the door for wolves to come in. I'm sorry. So if you're a man, you know how the game is. That's why I said that passive-aggressive thing that he's doing there, it ain't cute. And it don't look good amongst other men. If we're trying to say that we as men, we do want to hold other men as respectable beings, and we see them and we want to be respectful ourselves, that ain't gonna get you no respect amongst the men. The men them are gonna be like, yeah. Behind your back, they're laughing at you. So yeah, as a man, to me, that ain't it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm talking about man to man, you doing that ain't it. T, you wanted to say something? Go for it.
So yeah, everything I wanted to say, you and Lauren have pretty much said it. So, but
sorry, go for it, though, man.
okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna add on to it. Like, he 100% knew what he was getting. He knew what she was all about. She's always been like this. She's always been doing, and the gag is like, this is who Kiki is. We all know what she's about. So I think like, you can't change a person. If a guy wants to be with me, look, say if I want to be with a guy and I want a guy who can cook, and my guy's like, I'm not going to cook for you. You have to be the one to be cooking because I'm a traditional man. I know that's not the guy for me, because I'm not going to change him to all of a sudden be cooking for me. Like, that's not going to happen. If he didn't want a girl who's out there living a best life, then don't be with her. If he wants to be with a, like, for example, Cardi B is married and she's out here living her best life. So I don't think like the way she is wrong. But I think he wants to shame her. He wants to shame her because I think someone also touched about it. Like, he might not be content, or he might feel less than, and then seeing her with another man might have just bruised his ego. And I do think it's a lot of an ego thing with it. Like, men are very ego, like they've got a huge ego, and if they feel, not all men, some men. I know that most men I've been with, they're quite egotistical. So I do think his ego is bruised a lot, and he just couldn't handle it. And sometimes when a person cannot handle it, they just want to shame. And I think that's what he was doing. He was thinking, I'm going to shame her, try to shame her. But unfortunately, it didn't run the way it was thinking it was going to run. So he had to delete his Instagram. Do you get what I mean? So I think, yeah, 100%. I think it's very important as human beings. We know if we were going to settle down with anyone, we need to know who they are. Like that, you need to observe them. Is this a person I want to settle with? If it isn't, if there's things in them that you don't like, even if I'm for the streets and I want to be with a guy who's a Christian, I need to be sure that guy is a Christian, because me trying to change him, trying to make him become something else, it's just not going to happen, and I'm just going to stress myself out. So yeah, very important to know that you can't change a person. So if you want to be having kids with someone, make sure you know who you're having kids with. Number two, definitely, I think it's very, very important to have a great communication skills, because all of this public humiliation could have been ended straight away. They just communicate within themselves. And number three, and I think it's okay to hold the guy accountable, but it's very important to hold the girl accountable as well. I do think that Kiki was definitely wrong. Not because of how she dressed, because she's always been like that. Do you get what I mean? She's not going to change for no one, and she shouldn't change for no one. However, she needs to understand, this is the man I'm with. This is who he is. I'm sure she's seen signs of him where he acts slightly like this. And so she should have known, this is, maybe I need to, it's okay for her to have done what she did with Usher. People make mistakes, whatever. Not that I'm saying what she did with Usher was wrong. However, she did it. It happened. He's obviously not happy about it. She could have then said, let me communicate with him. It's very important as females to understand that we need to have emotional intelligence, and we need to understand the man we're with. If your man is not happy with certain things, even if he doesn't vocalize it, his actions will say it. Like, you would know, like, he's not happy. Men don't talk. Men don't know how to vocalize their emotions, but they will let you know with their actions. And that's why it's important as females, especially, to have emotional intelligence to know, like, okay, you know what? He's not eating my food. He's not happy. You have little things like that, like basic things. And then you know how to act accordingly. And I'm not saying be submissive. Choosing to respect your husband, not your husband, your partner, does not necessarily mean that you are submissive. It just means that you're being respectful. And it goes a very long way. So yeah, that's just literally my point. Like, just adding on to what you guys have said, I pretty much think that you've all said exactly what I want to say anyway. Like, 3 important things: emotional intelligence, especially from a woman. Communication is very, very important, and don't try and change no one. If he's not happy with how she's acting, don't have her be your baby mama. Simple. All of this headache could have ended long gone. So yeah, that's it, really.
And just thank you very much, T. Just a little caveat before I go to Ludwig as well. This is like given the argument between men and women when it comes to don't like a picture. We've had to deal with that for years, but we don't get to say that women are insecure when you don't like us liking a picture. Oh, you've liked too many booties on Instagram. Well, baby, I'm performing here. I'm out here I'm not going to touch her. I'm never going to see her. I'm never going to meet her. So why are we stressed? Right? But it's about respect and healthy boundaries. I don't get to call you insecure because you don't like the fact I like the photo. How you gonna like that picture? She's naked in that photo. Well, baby, hey, I'm never gonna meet her. Okay, she's a celeb. Okay, all right. I'm never gonna see her. I'm never gonna touch her. Never gonna ever happen. But the thing is, that happens, right? So we understand that these things are boundaries, the same way that women have that kind of boundary. And sometimes as men, we're like, I don't even understand that, right? The same thing I guess we're having here, right? Sometimes women don't understand as well the boundaries that men have in certain instances. Whilst you may be saying, it's cool, like, you know, I don't like the fact that I don't see the big deal. I don't see the big deal of liking a photo, but we're here, Sha. We're here, Sha. So Ludwig, go for it.
I know, like, my accent came out earlier and Jeff gave a response, but I was laughing too much for me to hear his question. Can you repeat your question? That way I can answer you. This is for Jeff.
No, I was also joking. I was just basically saying, would you keep the same energy if so if basically your man was basically touching up on a celebrity essentially and doing all sorts of suggestive poses, would you keep the same energy the same way Kiki was with Usher? And you kind of answered that question and you said, yeah.
Okay. How do I say this? As someone who doesn't date someone in the limelight, I don't foresee my partner doing what Kiki did. But if I were to date somebody in the limelight, it wouldn't bother me as much as you guys would think it does, because I would consider work is work, and what's outside of work, then I would have an issue with. So if he's performing, whatever happens on that stage, I am okay in myself. I am secure in my womanhood that it wouldn't bother me, because this is work. But if you're out and about and you're just out with your friends and you're not working, yes, I would have an issue with you touching other women, because I'm not there. I'm not your girlfriend. Well, she's not my girlfriend. I'm sorry, she's not your girlfriend. Why are you all up on her? So I would have an issue with you inappropriately touching other women where you shouldn't be. Now, considering that I'm Haitian, if you dance another woman, I don't have an issue, because dancing in my culture is just dancing. We dance almost like ballroom style of dancing, so I don't have an issue with that. But it's to the point where if you touching the person too sexually, where you would also touch me, then I would have an issue with that, because that's my boundary. I have expressed that to any partner that I have. What is inappropriate? Where can you touch somebody that's too much? Like pelvic to pelvic, that's inappropriate. And I didn't see that in that video, right? So that's why I also agree with the points that Stacey made. Have they discussed boundaries? Like, what is okay? What is not okay? However, there are small human gestures that shouldn't be an issue. Hugs, hand holding, saying hello, saluting. I don't see that as a big deal. Then you should have. It's where, okay, how long are you staying in that person's personal space? If I'm in the building, right, and you are saying hello to your friends or colleagues, I'm not gonna have an issue with that. But if I see you standing there for 10 minutes having a whole conversation and you're not checking up on me, we have an issue. You're talking too long. What y'all talking about? Come over here. Let me join the conversation. But I can compartmentalize what is considered just work, what is considered just human interaction publicly, and what is considered flirting. We know what flirting is. We know what it looks like. There was no flirtation there at all.
You know what?
So
I think I'm. Oh, could you? Oh.
No, anyway, I just want to draw out. You can go after. I just want to just draw out her point. Sorry, Simon's going to go next. Sorry, that's why. But wait, Ludwig, just come back, Ludwig, just really quickly for me, Ludwig. So I think this is a really important point that you made earlier on, right? And I think this is why I wanted to highlight this. Earlier on, you said that we are insecure. Are we? You said, are we so insecure that this situation has got us in a pickle, right? But what you just described is a subjectivity. Right? You said that if you saw your man talk for 10 minutes and he introduced you, you're going to feel some type of way. Are you insecure? That's your baseline. And I think this is where, and we're now almost kind of shifting. We're shifting a little bit away from Kiki Palmer. I'll come back to it. But I think this is where sometimes as men and women, we can actually miss each other, right? Because we in this conversation, we've heard it 3 or 4 times that we're potentially being insecure about the way that we hold a boundary. But the reality of the situation is you've mentioned something, but you're not calling yourself insecure for holding a boundary that some people won't even be pressed about. What, 10 minutes of conversation? What's the beef? I went to speak to a girl for 10 minutes. It's not my girl. I wasn't even flirting with her. I was just talking to her for 10 minutes. Why are you stressed? Why did you want me to introduce you to her? I just literally had a quick conversation with her. That's where I was saying about like when you start calling men insecure, we have to be very careful that we don't go to the label quicker than we actually assess the situation. It's subjective. So when we talk about what someone doesn't like as a boundary, in this conversation, I think most men might agree, but I do believe there are going to be men, like Stacey was kind of putting out there, there are going to be some men who will look at it and be like, ain't no big deal that she's dancing with Usher. And they feel no way. And that's their boundary. But their boundary isn't my boundary. So I think that's that important part that just wanted to highlight that aspect where, because you came in on, you said that we were being insecure. We're not calling you insecure for having that boundary. Did you see it?
Kojo, can I say something? I think we're getting caught up on the word insecure because of the negative connotation behind it. But you wouldn't put a boundary where there is no danger. So beyond that boundary, you're stepping into dangerous territory because you're brushing up against an insecurity or a feeling that doesn't make me feel safe. So it's not bad to be insecure. We're all insecure about something. I wouldn't care if my husband were dancing with a 60-year-old woman or a woman I thought I looked better than. But if he picks up a woman I look better than, now all of a sudden, that I don't feel like I look better than, now all of a sudden I do feel insecure because now he's dancing with somebody I know he might be attracted to. So it's not bad to be insecure. You got to put up your boundaries based around your insecurities and those feelings that you know aren't going to make you feel safe. You got to know where not to go. Don't feel bad about being insecure. We're all insecure about something.
Wait, Lulu.
So it's not a cuss word.
Goodness.
Hold on, boys. Whilst I agree with that, that point is right? But I think the part that we're missing here is that in amongst that, you and I both know colloquially or within our own spectrum of this society that we're living in, that's not how insecurity is used, right? It's used as a slur, and it's used as you are, like, for instance, like calling someone sassy. It's not used in the sense of, wait, hold on, I do feel like, you know what, you're not being secure in this moment. That's not how it's used. We know amongst ourselves that it's being used as you're insecure. You men need to get over it. That's how it's being used. And that's completely different to you saying, do you know what? I can see that it's brushing up against your security. And I want to make sure that, that is a completely, slightly different conversation. It's slightly different away from how that word is often used. When Ludin was using the word, you guys being insecure, she was not using it. She might come out and say she was, but she definitely wasn't using it as a, oh, look, guys, like you might, your security is being tested here. No, it was y'all are insecure. So when you use it like that, it becomes a slur rather than actually it being about, okay, we're trying to understand where you're coming from. So that's why I'm saying that I hear what you're saying. You have the part of what you said is true, but it's not applicable I believe in this scenario, because actually that's not how it's being used. If you get what I'm saying, I don't know.
I think it's just words. He showed his insecurity. And he showed his insecurity out loud and wrong on the internet. And I think that's why everyone's like, oh, he's insecure. He's insecure. He is very much insecure. But if he would have put that boundary about his insecurity in place, he could have shut up on the internet. Or if he would have taken it inside his home, he showed himself insecure. And it's not a positive or a negative for him to feel insecure, but it is very negative for him to rah-rah about it online.
We agree.
You just made it negative when you said you should have shut up. So it doesn't have a positive connotation. Do you see what I'm saying to you? You're not. There's nothing positive to what you're alluding to when you say he's being insecure. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, there's nothing positive. Like, if you just listen to what you said, there's nothing positive what you said. And I'm saying there's nothing wrong with using the word insecure, but is it in this moment that we can use the word insecure? I don't think it is, because as alluded to, that was her boundary. So why are we calling men insecure for having a certain level of boundary that you don't agree with, which is fine?
Let me put it this way, Coach. Let me put it this way, Coach.
Hold on, Kene. I want the girls to respond. So,
okay.
Hold on. I want the girls to respond, and then I'll get you guys.
I'll respond. Let me read the definitions of insecure.
Wait. Before we go to you, I want to go to Ludwig, because Ludwig was actually the person who actually said it first. So, Ludwig, go for it. I just want you to respond, because obviously it was you who originated. So I apologize. I took the mic from you.
All right. So when I give the example of standing there talking for about 10 whole minutes, I was giving the example following when I said, like, if me and him are out in public together and I've met your friends, I like, you've introduced me to someone that I know that is a friend or a colleague or a work colleague, that's fine. My issue is if someone that I don't know and you standing there talking for a whole 10 minutes, I'm going to have an issue, because what are we talking about here? Are you trying to get to know somebody for the whole 10 minutes? Like, there's a limit on small talk. Small talk is between 3 to 5 minutes. Anything above that, you're discussing something else. And if we're out having a good time, like let's say like we went to a lounge or a club or something, and you talking to somebody else for way longer than small talk, that is my boundary. We're not doing anything extra, because what are we discussing? This is not the environment for a business conversation.
So okay, so I actually agree with you. I know. I think everyone will agree with you, and I'm talking about specifically the men. We actually hear what you're saying on that. I'm saying to you, why is it that when you are discussing your boundary, it's a boundary? Because you're saying 10 minutes conversation. What 5 minutes and 10 minutes? What's the difference? What if I make it 20? What if I make it half an hour? Why does it become that your one is justified in being a boundary? But when we as men are expressing that part of her behavior we didn't agree with, that it becomes insecurity. So I'm saying we agree with the thing that you're giving. I'm saying to you, but how have you made the jump to yours being justified? That's the question I'm asking. That's the question I'm really asking women. I'm saying, how does your boundaries get labeled as being justified? That it's not insecurity, but when the men are, and I'm talking to men specifically on the panel today, because that's what we discussed just now.
This tells you that women are very controlling.
Hold on, Kenny. Hold on, Kenny. You're throwing bombs in. We're not trying to throw bombs in. Please, I beg. You are going to make us lose all the points. Now they're going to come and collect us.
I told you, accent coming out.
It's getting us killed, bro. It's getting us killed. We are on something, yeah. Ludwig, go for it. I just want you to understand that. Now, I'll pass it to Stacey, and she can maybe explain a bit more.
So the reason why I called what you guys were mentioning earlier as insecurity is because I see it as nominal as far as regular human interaction that should be wrapped up into seconds, right? What that little interaction was, what, like 15 seconds? It's a hug, it's a hello, how you doing? We vibing, and then cool. She let it go. She went back to her little friends and sat her butt down. It wasn't something that lingered past longer than just small talk or small human interaction. I believe a lot of time men take small interactions bigger deal than it should be. That's why I call it an insecurity, because a hug shouldn't worry you as a man. I just don't see it.
Okay,
can I just sorry?
I'm gonna go Stacey, and then I'm gonna go Sam. I'm gonna go Stacey, and I'm gonna go Sam. Go for it, Stacey.
So really quick, interestingly enough, the first definition that pops up for insecure is not firmly fixed, liable to give way or break. That's so interesting, because in this situation we're talking about, it's not necessarily, we don't have all the facts to say, oh, he's being insecure. It looks like it, yes, but we don't have all the facts. But what we can say looks quite insecure is the foundation of the boundaries. It's not firmly fixed, because if it were, maybe she wouldn't have taken those actions. And then the second one, not confident or assured, uncertain and anxious. Like for me, what I was saying earlier, is that I would feel in my ideal relationship, I would feel confident and assured enough to ask my partner what he liked about something else. I think you guys misheard me earlier. You guys twisted it and said I would tell my partner. No, I'm mature enough and I'm in tune enough to peep if my partner is looking at something, or if I think he likes something. I'm in tune enough to then inquire, because I am assured and certain that I am his person. So I'm not threatened by something else that he may like on another woman.
Okay, appreciate it. Sam?
Right, cool, lovely. So with the whole thing with what Stacey just said, I'm glad it went to the point, because I was about to move on to the point of I forgot who actually said it, but what I was talking and replying to you, what Stacey, what you were saying is, of course, in a relationship, when you're getting to know someone, you're going to ask them what you like and what you dislike. 100%, you're getting to know the person. But when you're directing, especially what you said, when it's directed at a specific somebody, this is where you're treading on dangerous waters. If I'm looking at a woman, and I've got a wife, and I'm looking at a woman in a gaze that she's nice, that is already, it's already, whoa, what am I doing? What am I doing here? What am I doing? Then, how would I put it? My wife has every right to come to me and say, why are you looking at her like that? But even in the question is, why are you looking at her like that? What is data like? That's so much about. And what am I gonna say? Oh, I like her boots. I like her hair. I like no. I think in a general sense, in those types of conversations, I'm not going to specifically go and look at somebody else, and then my partner asks me, oh, what do you like about that person? I don't think it really goes like that. There was one example where one of my friends, I know it's a friendship level, but they said to me they really liked this cologne on somebody else, and she thinks she really smell good on me. So on that level, okay, yeah, I can accept that. But in a sense of looking and gazing in the sense of in the like, it's already testing on waters where it's just deep. But just one more point, and I'm gonna shut up. With the whole thing about insecurities on different people is already a subjective subject. Already, you can't tell any other person what their insecurity or boundary should be like, because it's subjected towards them. As I think was it Loudwine that said it, that if it was like more than 10 minutes that her partner was talking to somebody that she didn't know of, and while she's there, she will look at it and thinking, what are you talking about? I believe it was Loudwine, or if correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it was me. I refer to time span.
Yeah, there we go. Time spent. Well, I can go and say to you, well, I can't lie, Loudwine, you're being insecure. For me, it'll be 30 minutes. But I can't say that though, because that's your boundary. That's your I'm trying to not use the word insecurity, but that's your boundary. More than 10 minutes, that's your boundary. More than 30 minutes is somebody else's boundary. I have met people, if it's more than 30 seconds, that is their boundary. You get what I'm saying? So with different people, it's they have their different boundaries. But I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, coach.
Just go for it, Jeff. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say to this is that, look, everybody has a different spectrum in terms of what there's the particular boundary. Now, how you respond to it when your insecurity or boundary is basically crossed, that's the key. Where Darius Jackson went wrong, he basically, his response to his boundary being crossed, that was wrong, putting it out there. Now, the point, Stacey, when you're talking about, of course, in a relationship, it's all about communication, right? Asking questions, because here's the thing, you're seeking to build a relationship and you're learning from each other in a relationship. The issue is when you're comparing and bringing other people in the relationship, because then it could potentially feed insecurities in that person. Why do I have to feel the need to be comparing my woman or my wife here to somebody else who isn't even in the relationship? That could feed insecurities or make her, not even insecurities, maybe insensitive. Oh, why are you talking about her like that? Why aren't you with her like that? Why aren't you with that person in that relationship? Why you keep, no, it's between me and you. Now, if there are, what you're looking to be the best version of yourself, and I'm looking to be the best version of myself. Talk about things that I could do to improve. You don't need to be bringing the next man to make me, no, and I don't need to bring another woman to do it. So it's about an understanding of, look, we are looking at each other, not anybody else. That's really the key. So when it comes to this idea of insecurities and boundaries, look, everybody's boundaries are different. And when it comes to insecurities, right, I'm looking at the definition, the state of feeling of anxiety. Look, personally speaking, if I will get with somebody who's like mine from the jump, that's me. I'm not in the business of changing somebody if they're in a different pathway. That's how, maybe that's where Darius went wrong. But when it comes back to boundaries that are being set, you just have to respect people's boundaries in a relationship. And if you're not willing to respect it, you have to go your separate way, period. But then it's that, oh, you can shame somebody for their type of boundary, but yet your boundaries look that different. That's not fair. That's all I want to say about that.
Cool. I'm gonna go to Lorraine, then Kenny, you can go after. Lorraine, then you can go after.
Okay.
Kenny. Go for Lorraine.
Yeah, I think everybody has kind of said what I was just going to say in terms of boundaries are subjective. Like, you can't police somebody's boundaries or insecurities, because I was in a relationship with somebody where they said that whining with somebody is not a thing. Do you know what I mean? But it is my boundary. To them, it's a cultural thing because they're Caribbean, so that's what they do in their culture, and I get it. But that's my boundary. If we're in a relationship together with me, then you have to respect that boundary. And if they're to come and tell me their boundary, and for me, it's not even a thing, it's not a big deal. But if I'm going to be with them and to be in a relationship with them, I need to be able to respect that boundary. I think that it's easy sometimes to see something from a subjective point of view, and we spend a lot of time trying to convince somebody else of our opinion, to say, no, this is a boundary, this isn't a boundary, and it should be like this and it should be like that. Like, both things could be true, you know. Kiki could have, what she done could be wrong or could not be wrong, and he could be insecure as well. Both things could be true. And I can't remember who it was who said that insecurities are normal. I feel like people perceive that as a negative thing, and I know that it's sometimes used in a negative way, but they are normal. The same way you feel fear, the same way you feel love, you're going to be insecure. It's going to be something that you're going to feel as some type of way about in most situations, no matter how secure you are, no matter how healed you are. You know, there's certain things that are going to make you feel some type of way. So if you're going to choose to be in a relationship, because being in a relationship is a choice. So if you're going to choose to be with somebody, then you need to be able to meet somebody else halfway. Yeah, that's what I was to say.
Thank you. Go for it, Kenny.
Okay, let me put it this way. I think this is actually a discussion or maybe a technicality of culture and vetting. Because I saw what some of the ladies here said about, the ones from the islands, from Haiti, right? It's their culture, you see. But in our culture, it's not acceptable. So they also have to understand it this way. That's the ladies from Haiti. They have to understand this is not acceptable in Africa at all. You can't touch somebody's wife by grinding and then she turning around. Oh, no. Every man there will go crazy. I'm telling you, even the women there the men won't even talk. It's the women that will be talking. The women will be the ones shaming her, not even the men. But then also it comes down to vetting. Because some of our women, like I can see some women here that are in both the chat room and the stuff here. Some women are also not, maybe not raised in Africa, but they are Africans, right? That is why you have to vet somebody before you get into a relationship with them that might lead to marriage or lead to having a child. If you don't do those things, you're shooting yourself on the temple. Because what happened is this: you are glued to that person for a long time. I always talk about vetting in every process. Vet somebody. Make sure the lifestyle will align with each other. Because if you go and get somebody that is a party girl or a party boy, and you think that that discussion is going to make it, no, she might be okay just to get into the relationship, but people can only hide who they are for 3 months, and then the true self comes out. It goes both ways. So what I'm trying to say is this: vet your woman. Make sure that girl is somebody that will conform to your program. If she's not going to conform to your program, just leave her alone and save yourself of many, many headaches, because it's not going to work. You're going to be disgraced. And the thing is this: they will gaslight you, because if you say, "Oh, I'm not okay with this," they will shame you, call you names, call you insecure, say that you're not man enough, all these things, just for them to win that argument that moment. But the end thereof is disastrous, because that relationship is going down from that day. And then when you do it to her, when she does it to you, she wants the opposite result, because the other lady that just spoke, you see how she flip-flopped, somersault, acrobat. When it's for a woman, she's not okay with it, but when it's for a man, she's okay with it. And then she gaslight. In fact, the somersaulting was just too much. I was just laughing, because it's just at the end of the day, most women want to be controlling. They want to control the situation. They want to be the one that will control everything, how things go, how things don't go. I know they're going to be pissed off about it. That's okay. But you can't control a man and control a woman at the same time. You can't control how a man reacts. And then when the guy reacts for the same thing, then you gaslight him, you insult him, you call him names, you call him insecure. Men are very insecure. There is no doubt about that. We are insecure. We don't want another man coming close to our woman sexually. No. Hug my wife and keep it going. Not looking to her eyes, eyeball to eyeball, and making it sexual. Or maybe you turn her, spin her around. No, you don't do that. It may be done in Haiti, that's fine. But in Africa, it's not done like that in Africa. We don't tolerate stuff like that.
Hey, Kenny, you don't want
you were going so well.
You want problems always. You want problems.
Why must you? You were going so well. Like 90% of the track, you were on point. You were even making good points. I was even celebrating you, man. And then you detour. Why did you do that? Stay on the narrow.
80. That's what they said. I'm going by what. No, I'm going by what they said. I'm going by what they said.
Let me come to
I'm going by what they said. They said this is acceptable. Okay, I apologize. I apologize.
Me and Sam and Jeff were like, yeah. Then he said something mad, and we're like,
I apologize.
We can't defend you. When they take you and flog you, we can't defend you.
I apologize. No, I didn't. I said if that's how it's done there, but which I disagree, because I have a lot of Asian guys that I know that don't agree to that. You see what I'm saying, right? You see what I'm saying?
I have a lot of off the cliff.
Yeah, I have a lot. I jumped off of the cliff. I got you. But I have a lot of Asian guys that I have. We talk all the time on podcasts, and they're the one that will complain about things like this very, very well. I'm in Dallas. The guys complain about this a lot.
They all complain, to be honest. I'll be honest with you, Kenny.
But I apologize.
That's all right. That's all right. Yes, who said yes? Wait, who was on the list? Sorry. Someone was on the list that they wanted to talk next. So I apologize. It was Lulu. Sorry, it's Lulu next because she said she wanted to talk. So I apologize. Lulu's got to go. Go for it, Lulu.
I don't know why y'all are coming down on my man Keke. He just said the most honest thing he said in this whole 4-hour live. Men are very insecure. He could have put the period right there and just moved along. But what I will say is, what I wanted to say before, are we putting the word of boundary in place to pretty up all of our triggers and insufficiencies? Like, the word boundary is fairly new to our whole like language and awareness since we've just started talking about mental health in the last 5 years. And if you've got to put up so many boundaries, fences around yourself that people can't get next to you, that means it's time for you to take yourself out of the dating pool and out of the family pool and go get into therapy and figure out why is around me a landfill and I'm going to be triggered if someone does any and everything to me. What Ludwin said about 30 minutes or talking for a long time, there are times when, something starts to arise in you and you didn't expect it. And that could very well be what happened to Darius. Darius could have been absolutely fine, but one of his homeboys could have sent him that video and it triggered him, maybe not even because of what she did, but because of how it was presented and how it came into his mind. We don't know what he allows, although we do know that he's posted her butt on his own social media for other people to see. So I don't see why she should think that he feels so conservatively if you're sharing my body. That for some women is a boundary. Don't disrespect me by putting my body and sexualizing me on your social media for other people to see. Like, what kind of invite is that? So I think that gentleman's over there sending mixed signals and not setting boundaries, and we can't expect her to just know what's going to trigger him at any given time. And he might not have known that he would be triggered because it may have triggered him how it came to him, not actually how she did it.
And I love that point, Lulu. And I think that, in a sense, essence captures what both sides are kind of saying themselves in a sense. No, not lie. It's not both sides. Our side. But that's what it captures. And I think what you're saying there, joking aside, what you're saying there in the sense of is that you're right. Look, sometimes you can't always. And I don't think as men we're asking for that, right? So when we made a point about being insecure, we weren't making the point about you have to know every single thing about me. What we're saying is that when we're addressing it now, so for instance, like when we're saying now, okay, she twirled around, I'm now telling you that this is my insecurity. And let me give you an example. Last night we did a live. The UK people did a live, right? We did a live on UK and I showed them a video and I was so oblivious to the fact that part 2 was a madness. And part 2 was a madness because when the brother addressed it with the woman to say, hey, you hurt my feelings and is this what you actually meant? Osis looked him in the face and said, so do you know what I mean? Like, so we understand that there are certain triggers that are going to happen. We get it. There are some things that need to be worked on. We get it. But I think going back to your point, yes, there are some things that somebody will say boundaries that are not necessarily boundaries and they're more insecurities. But this is why negotiations happen in relationships. Because I'm like one of my first ever girlfriends, Jamaican, when I was not aware of this, you can dance with anybody. This is new to me. This is new to me that you can dance on anybody. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So the first time I ever saw it happen, I gripped up dude. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't even win that fight because he was tall and he was hench. But don't worry, I stood my own. You know what I mean? I was a man about it. You know what I'm saying? I lost that fight, but I stood my man about it, right? But the reality of the situation was when we had a conversation after, and in fact, not even had a conversation. Let me tell you what happened. I love women, but let me just tell you what happened, right? She was cool with it until one day I went to the club and I showed her exactly what it is about. I was whining everybody in that place. The next conversation was not about we can all do it. The next conversation is that, you know what, that's a little bit too much for me. You're doing the most. I'm not saying that's for everybody, but what I'm saying is that some boundaries we actually need to discuss things. And I think that's what the ladies are kind of saying as well. We do need to discuss this, and not everything is across the board the same for everybody. But if I bring it to you, it should be honored in a conversation. It doesn't mean actually, and again, some boundaries and certain things does not mean that I'm going to agree. It honestly, it's not. It may not be, but we're gonna have a conversation to say, hey, this triggers me in this particular way. And now, what's meant to happen is that we're meant to sit down and say, is this something that I need to work on, and I'm being too much about it, or is this something that you may need to work on? That is what mature people do when we come into conversation. When I was a younger 18, if I felt some type of way, I'm going to tell you, and I expect it to change. That's not how relationships last long. I can't expect everything to change just because I said it. There's going to be some form of negotiation and back and forth and conversation. You're going to present your side of things, like what Kiki's saying. Hey, I was spinning, and you know what? I didn't even see it like that. Because the conversation might, and this is why I'm saying he should have never brought it to the internet. Because the conversation might have been, I didn't even realize when I spun that I was even doing that. In my head, it wasn't like that. How I saw it in my head was, that I was just, entertaining the time and I was enjoying myself. Then the conversation changes. But if I now tell you, well, it's not a big deal, I spun around and then I know that really and truly, you're not really trying to hear me. You're just trying to do your own thing. At that point, we have a different kind of conversation. So I think it is about having an ear to hear, but also at the same time being able to express how you feel. But you want to be also open to the fact that there's going to be some negotiation and something might not go in your favor straight away. And I just want to put this a point. I was an insecure male. I will tell you that for real. When I was younger, I was insecure. I will tell you and I will confess. I remember one of my girlfriends was wearing this. Listen, when I met her, the dresses that she wore was so tight. Oh my God, it was beautiful. Oh my God. But when I now I've got to you, I'm like, baby, this needs to change. This is too tight. I'm now seeing the problem. But the reality was I was insecure. So when she told me it doesn't matter how you feel about it, because when you met me, that's how it was, I had to shut up. Yeah? After the second time I tried to say shit, I'm not hearing it anymore, because when you met me, I was wearing these bodycons. I'm going to continue wearing bodycons. I was frustrated and I was sad about it, and it took a little bit of time to get used to it, but I got used to it. It was an insecurity though. You get what I'm saying to you. So that's what I'm saying to you, that each individual person has to be able to have a conversation, and there's going to be some form of negotiation. It cannot be on one side that when I say it, it just happens. That's madness. And Stacey, I love you, so I want to come to your point and then address it. I think what people were hearing when you were describing what you're saying was almost as if anytime someone says they feel something different or they like something, I should conform and transform into whatever that thing that you like. And the reality of the situation is you can't do that, because that's how abuse happens. And that's also how people become unhappy, because you're building Frankenstein. There are some things that I just cannot do. You want me to run like Usain Bolt? I'm sorry, I can't. I ain't got the twitch muscles for it. You want me to be the guy that beats up man when I see them? I'm not that guy. I can't do it. So I think people might have been hearing that. Not saying that you necessarily going all the way and saying that. I think you had a different point, but how it got conveyed and how I heard it was, hold on. Every time you say that you like something or I like something, you gonna change? No, I don't want you to do that. Like sometimes I like something, but I like it on them. I don't like it on you. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just like it works for what they're doing. It works for them. I'm not saying you should come and do it too. So I think there's a balance, right? There's a balance to that, a balancing act to that as well. Sorry, who was next on the list? Sorry, apologies. Someone was next on the list. And I don't. Yes, Stace. Okay, go for it then, Stace. Go on.
No, it's me. Ludwig.
Huh? Oh, Ludwig. Oh, sorry. Apologies. Stace, open the mic. I just heard it. I apologize. Ludwig, go for it. Apologies.
It's okay. This is for Ikene. I'm gonna sound like Will Smith. Whatever you do, keep Haiti out your mouth.
Oh. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I was shook where she was going, bro.
Keep Haiti out.
I love Haiti. I'll be honest with you. I love Haiti. I love Haiti. I tell you, one of the best girls. I had a girlfriend that was Haitian, right?
I do not care.
Keke, let her finish. Let her finish, please. Let her finish.
I do not care, because I have tried my best the whole 2 hours I've been up here to not make this a culture issue, to not bring up a culture conversation, to highlight the differences between where we're from, where each of us from, and why we shouldn't be doing this and this and that. I was specific when I said I was okay if my man danced with another person. In my culture, I see people dance all the time. So for me, I'm not too insecure to have an issue with someone dancing, right? This is my personal viewpoint. What we're not going to do is generalize everyone in Haiti. So I might say I'm okay with it, but I know for sure there are a lot of macho men in Haiti too, just like Akene, who is stuck in the 30s, giving these traditional values. There are that
Ludwig,
not not mm-mm,
Ludwig, stay on
mm-mm,
track, stay on
mm-mm,
track. No, please stay on track. No, I don't want to
I,
fight
I
on this
am.
channel.
Shot
Stay on
I
fired,
am.
shot
I
fired,
am.
Stay
shot
on track,
fired.
I am.
please. No. Please stay on track, please. I beg, because we'll get you're
I
subject
am
to
staying
trees.
on
Please
track.
stay on
I
track, stay on
I
track, please. I
promise.
beg.
I promise.
Okay.
So I know for sure there are traditional men in my country. And I know there are non-traditional men in my country as well. What I'm what I was trying to make it a point is you're not going to tell me, oh, because it's how they act over there. No, we're not doing that because the whole point, I wasn't like, well, that's what they do in Africa, marrying 15-year-olds. I didn't point that out. So please keep IT out your
Ludwig,
mouth.
what the frick? Ludwig, what the
Period.
frick?
Wait, what?
Ludwig, what the frick?
She
What the frick?
she is
What is
still going there.
what's
But
going on,
remember,
y'all?
okay, but Kojo,
No,
remember. No,
wait,
no,
Kenny,
Kojo,
wait.
but remember, I was responding to what she said.
Hey,
I was
Kenny,
responding
wait,
to what she said.
Kenny, wait, sir, wait.
You want
Wait.
you want problems?
Let me stop this right here. Let me nip it in the bud right now. Right? I told you I don't want to go there. Neither Kenne, when Kenne does it, I check him on it, and I told him not to be doing the same thing. And Ludwig, that no. I told you not to go there. Let's stay on track with the conversation. We're going off left, guys. Come on, man. Like, yo, keep it cute, man. You know what I'm saying? I told you, like, leave that stuff alone. Okay? I get it. What he said, he should have said about Haiti. I understand. He generalized, etc., etc. And you responded, and you were going there, and I gave you a little bit of leeway. But where you were going, yeah, that's not it, right? I don't want, and no, please, nobody respond to that comment. Let's leave that alone. No one agrees with that particular comment. It's not a whole of Africa situation. That's not it at all. All right, Kene, leave Haiti alone. You've heard what they've said now. They've hit you with something. I don't want none of that beef on this channel, man. Let's keep it intellectual. Let's keep it on a mind thing, man. You understand? Yeah.
Can I bring us back?
You can bring us back. Go for it, Stace. Please
do. The comment was made that women want to control everything, right? Yeah. We don't want to control. We don't even want to be in control, y'all. We are tired. What we want is a level-headed leader with vision and foresight. We will follow that. We will get behind that 10,000%. Okay. And again, when it comes to Darius, the goal is always to focus on the end goal, which is to correct the behavior that you're unhappy about in the most efficient way outside of social media, obviously. But imagine this. Imagine a world where Kiki comes home from Vegas and Darius has candles lit and Usher music playing. She walks in the door. And he's like, baby, this is what you want, right? This is what you like. And they have their whole moment, right? And after that, because clearly he maybe he hadn't seen her in a day or two. So you have your moment. And then you get serious and you say, baby, I wasn't comfortable with that. I can be that for you. You want a slow jam? I'm your slow jam. You want a slow dance? I'm your slow dance. Next time, can we think about your outfit? And can you maybe in the moment think about how your actions would make me feel? As a woman, she is going to respect him and melt in that moment. And she is going to say nothing but, yes, baby. And then you don't have to worry about her repeating that behavior. If you want the end result, think about the most healthy and efficient way to get that end result. Have a mature conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Lorraine, I think you were going to say something. Everyone, go for it, babe.
No. I wasn't. No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Who was gonna next? Who was gonna next? Okay,
No, somebody said something to me. They said
No,
I
no,
don't
Kenny,
love.
you have to
They
wait.
said
You
I
have
don't
to
love
wait.
women. I
You have to
love
wait,
women.
Kenny. No, Kenny, you have to wait. You have to wait a little bit. You have to wait a little bit. Who else got something to say? Because right now, if Kenny gets on, we're all in trouble. Who else has anything to say? Otherwise, yes, sir, Sam, go for it.
I was gonna say, should I rap to lift the mood? No, I'm joking. Basically, with the whole thing, as I said, we don't want to go around in circles. I think what Stacey said, again, I do agree with it. The conversation has to happen. I think personally for Darius, sorry, why did this man thing come out of my mind?
Yeah,
but he just needs to first of all, he needs to come to terms with himself personally, or what he wants, what he likes, and his boundaries, and actually effectively, as Stacey said a little bit, actually communicate that to Kiki. Now, I was been watching the chat. Now, apparently they've unfollowed each other on Instagram.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is.
He deactivated his Instagram and deactivated his Twitter. He ran away.
Okay. Yeah, you've dug yourself so many holes. So many holes. I mean, this is why you don't air your business out on social media, because you've now pointed a gun at yourself when it should have been a simple private conversation between you and Kiki. If you don't agree with each other where you are going, you can get separate. If you agree with each other, then you can be together and marry the damn girl. Married her, for goodness sake. But anyways, as I was saying, this is the result of what you do in airing out your business to the whole world, so that wolves can come and attack you. And not just you, the people around you. Because as a man, as a leader, you're a leader of your first of all, you me as a Christian, first of all, the head is God, Jesus. Then it's me, and then my family. So as a leader, if I open the door up with my family, especially with what Darius did, the amount of negativity, when I should be protecting, what Darius should have done was try to protect Kiki and actually reel her in, say what he needs to say, have the conversation. Instead, he did the opposite. It wasn't in protecting Kiki at all. It was try to shoot shots at Kiki, indirect Kiki, with what she did, and look what's happening right now. So this is a pure lesson in not what to do. If you get what I'm saying. But yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you. Listen, we're gonna bring the show to an end. We're gonna bring the show to an end. You know what? We've done 4 hours, almost 50 minutes. It's been a crazy conversation. So let me be objectively fair, right? On the last, there was another panel I did where I had ladies come on and I said about the lessons that were learned. I'm gonna say a lesson that's learned. Akene, I love you, but I'm gonna tell you this. I will be doing a video now tomorrow dedicated to Akene and talking about how men don't listen sometimes and how men cause absolute carnage in relationships because we are the leaders, right?
I'll be there.
Yeah, I hope you will, sir. Because this conversation went left about 1 hour, 30 minutes into the video. It went left and it will turn into something crazy, and people have not forgotten what has been said. So I want to put this across. Men, we are called to be leaders. When you decide to, and this is similar with Darius' situation, so it applies absolutely 100%. When you decide to throw bombs out and not be careful how you issue your words, the conversation will always go left and the argument will no longer become about the argument. I said this a few days ago. The argument that now that we have and that why the chat was turning against you, Kene, is because it never became about the Kiki situation. It became about women, and it became about almost feeling like they were getting bashed. At that point, the argument lost its actual credibility. They don't care about what you said after that anymore. Now they're going to be critical about what you said. This is what happens as a man when you're in a relationship and you allow yourself to talk haphazardly. You have to measure what you say, because if you're trying to make a point, it has to be succinct and it has to be slick too. Because if you start going left, right, and center and trying to hit all different points, what you're going to find out is that people are going to come and they're going to hit the point that you didn't want them to hit. Similar to Darius, instead of being honest about how you felt, you've come onto Twitter sphere and you started talking about a situation in a way that now people are arguing about how can you tell your baby mother what to wear? They're not arguing about whether she danced and it was inappropriate anymore. They're having an argument about the fact that you said this, and now they're calling you broke, and now they're calling you the fact that you're controlling. Now, you know, I'm surprised they didn't call you the N-word yet. I'm just surprised they haven't done that. They haven't done that yet. They left you for that one. They called you the I-word this time. You're insecure, right? So on this situation, this is what I mean by, as men, that you are the leaders of when it comes to relationships, because one, when you're discussing something, if you don't stay precise and stick to the subject at hand and actually deliver the word that you're meant to deliver, it goes to pot and it goes to carnage. Right up until the point now, we're now 4 hours in and what, 34, 50 minutes? There was still one more shot left. There was still one more shot left, right? And the reason why there's one more in the chamber is because the person hasn't forgot what you already done said. This is why I'm saying to you that as a man specifically, because I spoke about the women last time, men specifically, there will be a live tomorrow when I address this situation about the importance of making sure that when you are leading, you can't just say anything you want. You can't do anything you want when you are leading someone, especially if you're leading women. You just can't do that. It will end in carnage and it will end with a wreckage. So just to bring that highlight of a lesson that we learned, I think we got to see a live action for about an hour and a half. What happens when you talk and you mess around, you're going to find out. You know what I mean? And we found out, and hate you definitely struck back. So we now know.
Not easy.
Okay?
It's not easy. It's not easy, but I got to say this to you, huh?
No, I can't even trust it. I can't even lie to you. I love you, but I can't trust it, brother. I can't trust it. It will go to pots. It will go to pots.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
somewhere. I will talk behind. I'll wait.
We'll wait. We'll talk behind. So listen, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I didn't know it was gonna be a 4 hour, 15-minute live. I need to stop saying that it's gonna be a short one because it never is. It's almost 5 hours, but you know what? I will chop it up a little bit so you can have a bit more easier time navigating this particular live. But listen, like it, share, subscribe, click on that bell button. Tomorrow, yes, I tear the men's singlets. Unfortunate, we were winning this week. We were up, and then we score an own goal like this. It's so sad. We're on Friday and we couldn't last. All right, make sure you guys stay locked and loaded. We'll see you again soon. You've left here with something, I hope. And go and grab yourself some food and some night.